So Vegan Freak, by great scholars, Bob Torres and Jenna Torres, reinforce this notion that vegans are freaks and act normal by reinforcing the concept of a freak as being as the stigma of it, right? So we have to really challenge how we use these, even within our discourse, right? So here's another concept of Robert Bogdan. He was my professor and one of the leaders in the field of disability studies. He says, freak is a term historically applied to those with disabilities. As defined by Robert Bogdan in Freak Show, a freak has historically been referred to as either those that are non-colonial European, right? Those with people of color, predominantly, or the second major category of exhibit consists of monsters, the medical term for people born with demonstrable differences, right? So we have to understand the physical difference that people have, or they're just people that are, quote, non-European, right? So now we're getting to see the connection between racism and ableism, right? So here's the next slide, moral schizophrenia. Not to say that his work is not merited, but we also have to challenge the leaders and the scholars within our movement to say, when you say moral schizophrenia, you're not saying it in a positive way, that saying schizophrenia is a good thing. You're actually saying that anybody that has moral schizophrenia eats meat, and therefore, from an animal liberation perspective, or for Gary Pizzione, an animal abolition perspective, that they have a disability, right? And so that's what, the eco-ability and challenging the ableist, agenda is, right? So here's another perspective of kind of noting at the stigmatizing of that word, right? So as I kind of noted, here's the next slide. You see that one with Peter Singer?
Yeah.
Okay, so Peter Singer writes in his book, Rethinking Life and Death, that he believes that children, if it's to test on animals, not Peter, but to test on animals is ethically, morally sound if it's for the betterment of most people, because Peter Singer is a utilitarian, which means whatever's best for the masses is what we should do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the next slide. Here's some more images that, Peter Singer, number enemy of the disability rights and human rights, right? And so he was protested, and he still is protested at many universities in the United States when he speaks, right, by the disability community. So here I go again with another book called Skinny Bitchin'. Has anybody heard of, that book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the part of the ad of selling this great book. It says, stop being a moron being the ableist term, right? Scientific term for people with mental disabilities in the early 1900s, saying, stop being a moron and start getting skinny, and the way to be skinny, which is ableist as well, because of reinforcing normalcy, right? And the body, and what it means to be normal and an able body, right? So we have to challenge, this kind of, this language, right? And again, vegans are sexy, right? Reinforcing what sexy is, and sexy means being skinny or healthy, kind of going back to the whole idea of a baby being healthy or not healthy. Here's another book. What we're learning is that being vegan has nothing to do with animals, but it's all about us again, this narcissism. If we want to change the world, it has to come back to us, because of course, nobody in their right mind has morals and ethics. And that if we showed them pictures of slaughterhouses, and we showed and we informed them of animal ethics and animal philosophy, and the respect that we should all give to one another, that's not enough. And so the best and the quickest way of making everybody vegan and more ethically, involved in animal rights is to tell everybody that they can be sexy, because everybody in this room right now wants to be sexy, right? So that's, again, we have to keep on challenging. So PETA, which I'm sure you're familiar with this organization, they do some good work, and of course they do some sexist and racist and ableist work as well. And so here's an ad. Have you has your child got autism? Myself being included, being in that spectrum of saying that why is autism a bad thing, right? So don't drink milk, don't have autism, don't have disabilities, because disabilities are something that you don't want rather than something that makes you a beautiful, unique person, right? And everybody in some aspect has a disability, right? One of the most brilliant people in this world is Stephen Hawking, right? And he's has physical and mental disabilities, and he teaches at Oxford, right? So again, reinforcing this purity and what a normal body and a wonderful body looks like. We have Pamela Anderson Lee, right? Or Pamela Anderson now. So what is not normal? Here's another slide. Save the whales. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So again, sad to say, I wish these ads were not all from one organization, but they are. So save the whales, lose the blubber, go vegetarian. So again, reinforcing this body, what able-bodied looks like, what normal looks like, right? Here, proud to be vegan. This is what vegans should look like. They should be healthy, they should be strong, they should be airbrushed, they should have oil over them. Not that any of these individuals are doing anything wrong, but what the movement is doing is reinforcing that there is a standard of looking, and if I want to become vegan, this is what I'll become. And that's not what will become. Most people will not look like these images that are what we see right now. Does that make sense? The V girls and the V guys, which are, many of them are very nice and perfect people, but we can't be like that here. I'm sorry, what?
No, people are saying that's very similar to what the audience is.
Yeah.
You must have got
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So here's the next, and then this is kind of the conclusion of the disability section. And then I'm gonna go into the racism section. So instead of saying equality, because we don't want equality, everybody's different. What we want is to have equity, right? Equity is the concept that everyone gets what they want and what they need. So next one is voiceless. No, the animals and people with disabilities are not voiceless. They have voices. Turn the screen off of me, which you've done, and I still have a voice. Turn the screen off of animals and that are in slaughterhouses, and you'll hear their screams. Not a march, because not everyone can march. Go to a rally. Don't stand up and fight, but rather fight back, right? Don't call, for example, George Bush an idiot. Call him dangerous. Don't say blind to racism. Say ignorant to racism. They are not deaf. They are avoiding. These individuals are not crazy. They might be not constructive. Don't say, oh, you're so lame for not going out and going to the protest. Say you're boring. Don't say you're a moron or a freak, right? So here's some words, alternatives that you can use that are not able. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
When we keep the slides, then I like this kind of change of language. Anthony, could I get access to that kind of alternative?
I can't hear you that way. Well, sorry.
Somebody in the audience is saying, can we get access to the PowerPoint? And what we would normally do is we would probably put it on slide share. So if you sent us the PowerPoint, Anthony, we could put it on slide share. So that means that when we publicize the event, we can make it so people can see the PowerPoint that you presented, if that's okay with you.
Yes, that's fine with me. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll make sure to do that later today.
Splendid.
So here's the next slide. Animal rights and supporting racism. Everyone ready for engaging in racism issues?
Yeah.
So Mike Vick, do some people kind of with hoots or hollers? Does anybody know who Mike Vick is?
Yeah. No.
Okay. So Mike Vick is an African-American in the United States who plays professional football, right? And he was criminalized as a person of color that he did horrible acts to dogs. And he was, part of a dog fighting ring and orchestrated it. And it was in his backyard and stuff of that sort. So, but what we don't do is we don't stigmatize enough and shame or focus on white individuals like vivisectors and circus owners and and SeaWorld CEOs. Rather, we focus on SeaWorld rather than focusing on the actual individual. And we have to understand that this is one case study of many case studies that this occurs, right? And so again, cultural imperialism, looking at bull riding and bullfighting and cockfighting. So certain things are legal, like SeaWorld and dolphins, and while cockfighting and dogfighting are not legal, right? So most of the quote animal exploited entertainment that of color is illegal, while most of the entertainment by animals being exploited by white people is legal, right? Not to say, and I hope I'm not, I'm not to say that one's worse than the other, because they're not. And I would guarantee you that some people would say that circuses, predominantly the largest circus companies in the world, are run by white able-bodied men, and so same with SeaWorld, etc. Right? So we have to look at how we stigmatize people. Again, most of the incarceration throughout the planet, but specifically in the United States, most people that are getting incarcerated are people of color. Specifically in the United States and in Canada, it's Native Americans and African Americans. So we can't be reinforcing the incarceration of people that commit crimes against animals, because everybody in this room, and myself included, have committed crimes against animals. We've eaten them. I mean, that's even more horrible, and when we test on them, and we've consumed animal testing. So if we want this movement to be transformative, and we can't be pointing the finger at those don't know any better, because of the systems in society that have informed them and educated them that we should exploit animals because animals are property, right? So we have to acknowledge that laws and making laws that are punitive is not going to solve our problem. What most of you became vegan is not because, for example, Roger started arresting you all because you weren't vegan. It's because, people like yourselves began to talk about, the ethics of animals, and started relearning and de-learning that information, right? And, prime examples, Jerry Velasquez, the head of the Animal Liberation Press Office in the United States. He was a former vivisector. Howard Lyman, who's like a major, supporter of animal rights now, a former, factory farm, supporter, because a rancher. So we have so many people that are transforming, and we need to keep that door open, right? Opposing the AETA, because the AETA, the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act, also reinforces and is supported by ALEC, which is the American Legislative Exchange Council. And so we have to understand that certain laws that you think only oppress and repress animals actually oppress, or animal rights activists also oppress people of color and in other movements. So we have to keep on fighting these notions. Again, I think some of the other slides that you'll see are going to be moving a lot faster, but the Animal Liberation Front, right? If it wasn't for the Animal Liberation Front, we would not have riches alive today. We wouldn't have so many animals alive today. And most of the animal footage that's from slaughterhouses, as well as fur farms, as well as from vivisection, that video, that undercover video footage, would move the movement so far advanced. And if we didn't have it, we would not be where we are today because of that, right? So maybe you don't agree with that tactic, but you can't disagree with what the ALF has done for this movement, right? And though stigmatizing certain groups only reinforces the stigmatization of the whole movement, right? Rather than justifying why this certain tactic are very important, right? And other movements have done this, right? So don't let society and the media dictate what we believe in. Acknowledge what we believe in from internally, right? So here are some analogies. And sometimes analogies are good, and sometimes they're not so good. And what we find out is that analogies minimize the experiences of others, right? And saying that, oh, everything is similar. Well, no, every experience from the Holocaust to slavery to sexism to rape is all different. So when racism and sexism and speciesism do not equal each other, and they don't have to equal each other. They're different, but they are forms of oppression, and they're different forms of oppression. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. I understand why these kind of images are made, but what they also do, which, you know, before you all, I spoke to Roger and Irene this Friday, and I had somebody that I work with in racial justice. He was an African American, and he called me up. He said, "Anthony, I really don't like how you use racial justice, youth justice, and animal justice as your title," and that's why I changed the title last minute. Is because you're reinforcing the whole notion that people of color are animals, and there is a long history because of slavery of that very oppressive narrative. And so showing these images to other movements is not always a positive thing, and sometimes can actually burn bridges instead of build bridges. And so we have to acknowledge the differences between these struggles and articulate that oppression is bad, period, and that who is doing it, not that the oppression is similar or the exact same, right? Here's again Michael Vick and people protesting him, and we have to understand these protests, these ads are all protesting one individual, right? And rather than a system, and that we focus more on one individual, and we don't have that much energy when we're focusing on a corporation or anything of that sort. And we also have to understand that most of these images that you see are people that are white holding this poster. And we have to know that if we're trying to build relations and challenge racism, that's part of it, is acknowledging that if we're going to do a protest, that we need to be a little bit more diverse as well. And not by tokenizing people, but really diversifying our movement before focusing on these things. I think, you know, we do it too often that we focus on Native American, protest Native Americans. We don't, but we have so much to do in our own backyard that are huge industries that are in England and Ireland and Germany, that why focus on this like group of 100 Native Americans or Indigenous or Aboriginal or First People? Well, it's an easy target and it's an easy win. And that's why a lot of activists have gone for it, right? Here's another picture in defense of animals. Another, you know, itch. And then recently, if by your hoots and hollers, do you know the movement called Idle No More?
No.
Okay, Idle No More is a movement by Native Americans saying that we won't take it anymore, and we will, specifically they're fighting for environmental rights. And I started working with Idle No More about 2 years ago, and I said, hey, Idle No More, for Thanksgiving this year in 2013, why don't we start challenging animal rights activists on celebrating Thanksgiving, period? Because Thanksgiving was actually a genocide for people in the United States, Native Americans. And so I made this thing, this header, and then the Institute for Critical Animal Studies and a lot of other organizations and Idle No More came together, and we started arguing that we shouldn't have a Thanksgiving, period, not a vegan Thanksgiving, but no Thanksgiving, right? And that's how you build movements, right? And so now, beyond Thanksgiving, beyond Michael Vick, we have to look at how we consume and what we consume. Bananas, huge industry in South and Central America, but a lot of people are enslaved from it, right? The Banana Republic, right? Enslavement. And so we see that. So if we are going to consume a vegan diet, it's not about just consuming plant-based foods, but where are we getting our plant-based food? Because somewhere, many of the times, it's people of color that are literally enslaved with gunpoint, not able to get a living wage or a place to live that's healthy, that are giving you those products that you so love in Ireland and all throughout Europe in the middle of winter, right? So again, another company is Cliff Bar, right? chocolate's hidden ingredient, child slavery, right? Here's some pictures of child slavery. That industry is predominantly based in Africa. Again, we have to understand it's not just about going vegan, is the answer. It's about being ethical and understanding the racism globally. Maybe it's not in your backyard, but it's in somebody's backyard that this exploitation occurs to have to be on your plate, right? So, here's a book that I did, Igniting Revolution. So, fighting for total liberation, right? So it means unity. It means accountability. So us taking accountability for some of the actions that we're not, so happy about, including myself, about perpetuating my able-bodiedness, some of my, my sexism, my whiteness, things that I do on a repetitive basis that I have to relearn and de-educate myself and start, issues of social justice. And to get radical. Radical means to get to the root of an issue rather than just kind of, going vegan is not enough. Getting radical about veganism is to find out where your food came from and is it ecologically sustainable. So having fake meat that was produced and packaged in China to fly all the way to Europe and then fly to England and then fly to Ireland is not ecologically sustainable, right? So we have to understand these notions. And once we do and we claim them, then these locavores that are eating meat and things will not have an argument, to defend or fight against. Anarchism, right? This is a theory as well as a movement that demands non-hierarchical direct democracy where everybody in the room gets to speak about issues rather than just one person. There's no such thing as ownership, that everybody shares, that there's no such thing as property, right? Women are not property, people with disabilities are not property, people of color are property, or non-human animals are not property. That we try to build a transformative justice and community-based initiative, right? Where we're not committing people to death penalty, right? So a few more slides and then we'll have a conversation, if that's okay. So the savior mentality, and we do it too often, and this is kind of moving this movement forward. Why do we take pictures of animals? And they're so cute, and we rescue them. And sometimes we take pictures of animals that we rescue, or we take pictures with people with disabilities, or we take pictures of people, from other countries, and we adopt them. So we have to understand that it's not about us, and it's not that they would not have their liberation without us, but it's that we fight along the sides of individuals like Hilda, Tyke, and Pritches that are non-human animals that have fought for their liberation, and millions of others that have fought for their liberation. Tilka, I believe I'm pronouncing the whale's name. Hilda, what is the name? It started with a T in SeaWorld. Tillicum, yeah. Who, fought back and tried to say killed 3 people, but these are the people that are fighting back. So the leader of the Marine, the anti-sea world is Tillicum, and not the Sea Shepherd. And we need to acknowledge that, and we need to listen and articulate what these animals are actually doing. And but so many of the times, these images make us look like we're the rock star, right? And we're not the rock star, right? So I'm going to move to a few slides. I know that not everybody in the room is white, but again, this is kind of predominantly for the white animal rights activists, as well as this is not just for white, this is for all allies. So allies that are specifically able-bodied, or allies that are wealthy, or allies that are white, or allies that are, etc., that have some privilege. So I'm going to give you 15 points, and then we're going to have a conversation at the end of this. And I hope that this has been useful for you. And I know that technology is limited, limits our conversation. But be invited to the struggle, not a movement. So a struggle is where people are running the struggle, where people oppress. So, for example, women are oppressed. So we join men that identify as men, join that struggle. But when we're involved in that, we're in a movement because we can leave anytime we want, right? So a movement is made up of people that are not oppressed, while struggle is a group of people that are oppressed and they're struggling. That's the difference between a struggle and a movement. We need to begin to listen. We need to articulate our commitment. If you're not going to be able to do this or this, then tell the movement and the struggle what your limits. Tell the struggle and explain your skills, explain your motives and why you're here in the first place. Is it become famous and to publish books and to be a rock star? Because you felt oppression yourself. And I think as a feminist, we need to articulate who we are before we even begin to do activism. Be willing to not be critical for our actions, and sometimes that's hard. Do really hard work, and most of the women do a lot of the work in our movement, but the men are, including myself, that get a lot of credit. And I think that we need to start challenging and keep on challenging that, and to acknowledge that our movement and most movements in the world are made up of 60 to 70% women, while most of the leaders from Martin Luther King to Malcolm X to et cetera are men. Why is that the case? Be willing to take accountability for our domination, and that's like the hard thing. We have to do that. Willing to call out and challenge one another. Be willing to learn and understand different cultures. Here's another slide. This is the last slide. Be willing to take more risks. So if you have more privileges, be willing to take more than those that don't have as many privileges. Be willing to do more if you have more privilege. Acts that are tokenizing, is kind of what we were kind of talking about recently. So don't just have people of color with disabilities, women in our movement that, or leading, if you really don't, if you really are not there with that, right? Be willing to leave and not blame others, right? So if somebody asks you to leave an organization or a movement or something, do not, oh, well, they don't get what I'm doing, I'm right, they're wrong. Just, maybe they have a truth, and that you can learn from that, right? So that's kind of, I went over a lot, and hopefully I went over ableism, racism, and how to be an ally and in solidarity. But I'm gonna kind of go back to and not share more.
There he is. Right.
Right.
Yeah, we'll put the lights on. Thanks so much. Now, if people want to make a point or address Anthony, because of the tech problems, we didn't get the mic sorted out. So I think you'd probably have to face this way, or even might have to come over and kind of stand around about here, maybe, so we can then hear you. So, but I think probably, because the room is fairly small, if you just face this way, you should be able to hear you okay. Yeah.
And I don't see you all.
We turned our camera off, which I can put back on again.
Okay, great. Again, thank you so much, everybody. It means a lot.
Thank you.
So, here we are.
Hey, everybody.
There we are. So, anybody want to make a point or ask a question?
Can I just get clarification on one thing?
Yeah, sure.
On one of the slides, you said, in the sort of the correct terminology slide, you said to say not equality, but equity. And I kind of was just wondering, because I always kind of go on saying we're all equal, we're equal. And so I don't get that one.
Okay, so equal is a socially constructed measurement, right? So if we want, it's apolitical. So if you are being beaten and you wanted equality, then everybody in the room gets to be beaten, right? So if I was on Ritalin, right? Ritalin is for people with attention, ADD and stuff. So if I was to take Ritalin, and if we wanted equality, then everybody gets to have Ritalin, right? Rather than saying equity means you get what you need and want, and I get what I need and want. And also equity says that you are different, but you also are valued and respected, and I'm different and valued and respected. Equality, the theory of equality says that everybody is the same, right? And it kind of puts, makes us not see and view the beauty of difference, right? that some people are better at running, and some people are better at bicycling. Some people are better at writing or screaming on a megaphone or organizing a lecture or setting up a table. And to take those values of difference out of it and saying that we're equal and the same, doesn't make doesn't reinforce the beauty of why different is such an important thing in building a movement.
Okay, yeah.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, but just to follow up on that, Anthony, isn't that covered by what all the theorists talk about, which is equal consideration does not expect equal treatment? So isn't that covered by that concept? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sorry, Anthony. I had a quick question because I'm kind of like everybody just trying to find my way in all this. I found we had an anarchist book fair last year. There's one coming up this month as well. And when I talked around the tables, none of the other groups, as in all the other discriminations, felt that animal discrimination was a discrimination, and they weren't interested because they felt to compare animals with people was an insult to their cause. So the feminists didn't want to be compared to cows being raped. They thought that was an insult to human rape, and so on and so on. I went to tables talking about racism and so forth. So I found there was a kind of on the other side of things, that the animal cause isn't really seen as a discrimination yet. It's the only probably discrimination in the world that hasn't been acknowledged. I just wanted to know your feelings on that.
Okay, so I didn't hear all of it. So if I don't address something, please let me know. So my thoughts, my opinion is that everybody in this room needs to know that rape is wrong. Not that rape is wrong because that I have to acknowledge that rape could be happening to my mom or sister. No, I don't need to equate if I have a mother or sister, they were raped, because then it becomes about me again. Or that, cows get raped, and that's kind of like humans, and acknowledging, it's about me again as a human. And what we need to understand is that oppression, if articulated to a first grader or a 50-year-old or an 88-year-old, needs to be about the action that's wrong and not about justifying that person, that cow, that pig, or that 13-year-old girl is valued or deserving of respect. It has nothing to do with them. That we shouldn't rape a piece of paper, we shouldn't rape a table, and we shouldn't rape a cow or a girl, because the act of rape is to destroy and dominate, and destroy and dominate is wrong acts. And so I think that's the ethical argument that we need to make, and that argument may take a little longer than handing a piece of paper to somebody, but those are the arguments that will last a lot longer and make people go vegan the rest of their life than saying go vegan. And then I've seen it a million times in the animal liberation movement, is all my friends that were vegan 20 years ago are not vegan anymore because they went vegan because of music, the hardcore scene, punk, or whatever, and they have vegan across their chest, and they have X across their hands, and they have vegan all around their neck, which is great. I've got, animal liberation on my, my body too. But I also took into consideration that there's a moral and ethical value that we have to really understand, right? So everybody in this movement is a philosopher, and we're not just activists, but we're like philosophers getting in there and informing people of hundreds of, if not thousands of years of rhetoric and education that is about oppressing non-human animals. So, we have to arm ourselves with knowledge, not just with pamphlets.
Can I just second a second to that?
Could you just walk up for him? Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, Anthony, can you hear me better there?
Yeah, just come up there.
I've got a very soft voice.
Don't change it.
Thank you. No, yes, that was part of the question, all right. The other part was that I find that animal discrimination or discrimination towards animals is the only discrimination that hasn't been acknowledged in the world. And by all these groups, these anti-discrimination groups, actually find it an insult that we vegans or abolitionists or whatever are comparing what's happening to animals to humans. For instance, I went to a talk in an anarchist book fair last year, and I went to all the tables and I talked with the feminists, and they were insulted that I was comparing animals' situations to their situations. The same when I went to the anti-racist table or gay rights table. They didn't want to know about animals, and they thought it was an insult that we should be there talking about our causes with them, because they felt that that was
like
something.
an aligned politics question.
Exactly, it's a lot. So I'm just wondering, it's coming from the other side of things. Like, I'd like to join up with other groups, but they don't seem to want us. And that's my own personal view on that.
I've been in your situation, for a long time, and it's very difficult. And I think the number one thing is, like anything, if you build friendship, literally real friendship, and you join other groups that you really care about women's rights, or you care about queer rights or transgender rights or disability rights, and never bring up for maybe even a year animal rights, and you're just in these struggles, they will start saying, wow, you really care about our struggle. Can you tell me about this veganism stuff? And that's kind of what I, kind of do, is just, I don't even bring up, veganism a lot, but then the discourse opens, and then it's in a transformative and safe space where these individuals don't believe that we have to acknowledge right off the bat that animal rights people are very single issued, even though maybe not the people in this room, but there's a lot of other people like PETA that gives you all a bad name, right? So the moment you walk into a room, they think you're a member of PETA, right? So they think you are a sexist, ableist, and racist. Right off the bat, they think you're a vegan, and you don't get any other issue. They might even think that you're Republican or conservative or neo-Nazi, right? And I can guarantee you, there were in Houston, Texas, I was in an organization, and I was tabling for Momia Bourjamal, who's a political prisoner for Black liberation. And some people came up to the table and said, oh yeah, veganism, awesome, straight edge, yeah. What is this N, he said, this N doing on your table, right? And I just found out, I was maybe 17 or 18 at the time. I found out then that, what we have to do is a lot of work on ourselves, because I've done a lot of anarchist books, and I can guarantee you that people, I work with a lot of anarchists, and they're just like, Anthony, man, what is up with your vegan animal rights people? They just don't get capitalism, and they don't get these issues. And I'm like, okay, calm down. They're like, I like your book, Igniting Revolution and Terrorists for Freedom Fighters. It's like finally, challenging these things. But we have so many organizations that are saying oh, you can have green capitalism, and all we need is the CEO of Whole Foods to go vegan, and the world is a better place. And so it's not that you are doing anything wrong, that you have to now be a better listener and navigate yourself a lot better because of the stigma that social justice movements, and I'm saying social justice movement from Australia to Africa to Latin America, I've worked in a lot of different movements throughout the world, they all have a major stigma on animal rights people. And it's sad. We have celebrities, and we have more narcissism and rock stars in this movement than any other movement. There's I can't think of any movement that has more celebrities, from Hollywood to hip hop to BMX rock star to we have a lot of narcissism within our movement. The reason why we have a lot of narcissism in our movement is because none of the oppressed are involved in our movement. Not one animal is leading this movement, because it's very difficult that non-human animals would be sitting together with us in this room, organizing and facilitating a rally, right? So we have to acknowledge that nobody is here to check us. None of the oppressed are here to check us. So we get to feel good every single time we leave a rally. We say, oh, we're doing great work, not knowing that the oppressed might really actually have a critique of us, right? So I think being in these other movements and feeling and hearing these critiques are good, because those are the critiques that I can guarantee you that non-human animals would have of us, even more so. Like, I think non-human animals would be like, what the hell's up with you, period? Like, you're not, like, we're not, like, I myself and most people in the animal rights movement have done anything for animals, really, right? Like, we really, if anything, we've moved the animal rights movement maybe 0.1%, if that, forward. And we have a lot more to do, right? To claim that we're allies to non-human animals. Because being vegan is not just, you know, is not the litmus test. But I hear where you're coming from on that question. I would say just join those groups for a while and then start talking about those like other issues, if that makes sense.
That's good.
We've got another one, another question.
Yeah, just wondering, can you identify tensions between environmentalism, speciesism, and ableism? I was just struck by the guide dog that you had depicted in one of your slides, and it just I hadn't really thought about it before, but it just struck me that a blind person might find that quite uncomfortable, that they would be denied that help. I'm just wondering if you have you.
Yes, that's the you know, as the first person talked about, that's my struggle, and I get the pushback on that. They're like, how dare you? The animal, I treat the animal very well. They have great food. I got the animal from a shelter. And I said, there's something different between a companion and there's something different about service. And we have to complicate that conversation of what it means to be service and how do you pay that companion if they're working for you 24/7, right? Like, so if a person that's blind, you know, needs to go to the bathroom downstairs, they're going to need that dog to wake up and to take that human person downstairs to the bathroom and then wait for that human to be done in the bathroom and then to go upstairs. So we have to not say that that person has anything wrong with that, with, you know, doing that. We have to figure out another way of living that individual that is blind or physical disabilities can be included and and feel safe in an able-bodied world, right? So we need to figure out technology that would take the place of an animal, and we've done that with so much, like the industry. We've replaced humans with machines, or machines with you know vice versa. But we have to do the exact same thing with you know, people with that are blind. So, but I agree. I do get a lot of pushback on people in the disability community, and that have written about it and said, "Oh gosh, I'm not down for this," and for rightfully so. We're telling them to stop doing something without any alternative.
I wanted to go back to vegan freak because I understand this is a tricky thing, because I understand the problem with the word, but I also understand that Bob and Jenna meant it sociologically, and so we're freaks in that sense. So it's very similar to moral schizophrenia. It wasn't kind of meant as an insult, but it comes out as an insult, and so I suppose because you know, sociologically we are freaks in that sense, but I can see the real problem of using it, and so therefore I guess the best thing to do would be just to come up with an alternative phrase and not be so insensitive, really, isn't it?
Exactly. That people of color get to use the N word, and queers get to use the queer word, and females get to use the B word, but people that are able-bodied and that are not in the disability community are not able to use those words that have been stigmatizing them and justifying their testing and incarceration for 100 years. So while I get where Gary Francione and Bob the Torreses are coming from, they can use that. They can use a word that is not identified and related to disability, right? They are not using other stigmatized words that are from other cultures and communities because they know that those individuals would not tolerate that, right? And I think the disability community, which is very new, young within the animal rights movement, needs to start challenging and not accepting those words. We wouldn't use the N word in an analogy. We wouldn't use the B word into an analogy. And I think, so I completely agree with their sociological analysis, how we are being, quote, abnormal or marginalized, but they can use non-catchy phrases to do so.
Yeah, the query is about the term person of color that I see that you use, like if it's the correct way. I think
We
that
may
would
have
be,
gone, hang on a second.
yeah, that would be better maybe to.
Thank you, Irina. Clearly, she's my friend, and I've paid her for this, as you can understand. Okay, so thank you for coming. Today we're here. Actually, I'm here talking to you because it's a funny story, so I have to share it with you. Because for Christmas, I decided I wanted to give something to my friends, and I have loads of friends. I'm very grateful for that. And I decided instead of going and buying something in a Chinese store and pay €2 for something that was going to be thrown down the bin. I don't think it's ethical anyway to pay for something that somebody has, worked really hard and was paid very, very little, to do. So I thought I'll do something myself. So I decided this year I was gonna make soap, and I made this soap, and apparently it was a huge success. And everybody said, "Oh my God, this is so great!" And then Roger said, "You should start a blog." But I'm already in front of the computer all day long, and that's the last thing I want to do. And I started talking to Irina over a cup of tea and cake. There's always cake. And she said, "Why don't we do workshops? And maybe people would like to learn how to do these things." So I thought, that would be actually nice. And then we met up for more coffee and cake. And we discussed the fact that there's this new trend in Italy. It's a social movement. It's called happy degrowth. And I'll talk to you about that in a second. And what they say is basically, why don't you go back to sharing your skills, your information, your knowledge with your community? Why don't you connect and get in touch with people who live beside your door? I don't know people who live in my building. Like the only person I know is a girl called Marta. She lives on the third floor, and that's only because my oven let me down on my birthday. And I wanted to bake a cake, so I went with batter upstairs, and I kept knocking at every door, and nobody was opening. So finally, she opened it, and she saw this crazy lady, and I was still, I'm sorry, can I use your oven? And she was like, who are you? I live on number 12. I'm downstairs. You come, for the washing machine every day. I'll see you. I know who you are. You can't see me because I'm behind the curtains, but I see you. Can I bake my cake here? And she was like wasting my precious time. And she was like, okay. So eventually she let me bake the cake, and now I know Marta. But if it hadn't been for that, I don't know anybody in my building. So I thought that was really, really sad. So
It could be avoiding you,
I know. That's another thing, but we'll talk about that later. So yeah, happy degrowth. How can I go ahead with this thing in here? So I forgot to ask you.
No, it's okay because
yeah, great. Okay, so this
she'll
is my
probably
first
post it later,
presentation.
so,
I don't know how to do it, so you have to bear with me. So yeah, basically this is the happy snail of the happy degrowth. It started around 2000, okay? In France it's de croissance, I think. In Spanish it's de crecimiento. And in Italian is degrowth, de crescita. But because in Italy, God forbid, you're trying to take away something from me, my comfort, my wealth, my lifestyle, then we had to put the word happy in front of degrowth. So we're very, attached to our lifestyle and everything. After World War II, actually no, before World War II, like after the Great Depression, what happened was that countries were trying to build up their economies again, and they came up with this GDP, which is countries' gross domestic gross product, whatever. And basically, what it does, it just measures production and what you can actually sell to people. It doesn't relate at all with my well-being or my social interactions or how I connect with my community. So, like I read somewhere, like GDP increases if I have a car accident. So I have a car accident, and the country apparently is really, really happy because I'm gonna have to pay a garage to fix my car, get spare parts for the car that I actually smashed, and then maybe my insurance is gonna go up. My dealer is gonna be delighted, but I'm gonna maybe end up in hospital and having to pay a bill. And that all increases, let's say, the production of the country. But I'm no better than I was yesterday before I had the car crash. Instead, if I meet up with Irina and we decide, let's do jam today, we can produce some jam and then we can store it for the winter or whatever, that's actually hurting GDP because we're not producing anything really. We're actually, taking money away from the economy if you want it. So yeah, as I was saying, basically they found out that the more the GDP grows, the less our happiness is not really related. So I'm not necessarily happier if my GDP is higher, and has nothing to do with how my family lives or how I connect with the rest of the society. Actually, I'm gonna give, if you want, I can send you the presentations because there are a couple of nice recipes I think I wanted to share with you, but I didn't know how many people were showing up and I had to do this at work, so I couldn't print 2,000 copies of the whole thing, so sorry. But I can email it to you and, you can have a look at it if you want. So Robert Kennedy said that country GDP measures everything except which makes life worthwhile, which I think is, a nice way of saying, which is true. So what happened with this all GDP is that, and marketing and everything, and I studied marketing in college, and when I finished my degree, I said, oh shit, I've been studying the devil's work, and I spent 4 years doing that. How stupid do you have to be? But it took me 4 years to realize it. And basically, seriously, I'm not joking. And I just realized that, well, are there any marketing people here? Before I cornered myself forever. Okay, so I can talk. Basically, a marketing person, what they do is they'll let you know that you have a need before you know. And they let you think that you need something before you think you do. So the whole idea is, how can I get people to spend more money in something they don't really need, but they're going to think, God, how did I do it yesterday? I didn't have it. My life was shit. Sorry, really bad. Sorry. So a few years ago, there was a really cool movie. It was called Johnson's, or like with Demi Moore and another really nice guy. Can't remember anyway. It was nice. And I had a look at it. And it was amazing. Basically, they were just portraying how our society is all focused on the appearance and how, what I have or what I show I have really matters. And I come from a society, I come from Italy. If you haven't grasped that yet, I come from Italy, and in Italy it's very, very important how you portray yourself. So it's more who you show to be, choose to be, than rather who you are, which is a sad thing, really. So I might not have, let's say, enough money to maybe go to the theater or go to a concert or, buy, books or travel, but I need to have enough money to buy my Gucci bag and my, Bulgari shades, or, stuff that if you really think about it, a purse is a purse. Who cares who made it? But, so basically, yeah, going back to the whole degrowth thing, it takes time, money, and energy, and these are all the resources we have. So why don't we choose wisely how to use our resources instead of just wasting, our energy and money and everything and trying to impress other people? There are other models that we could choose. So now we're at a junction, and there's the economic growth, or there's a different way of living. There's a sustainable model that we could follow, and that focuses on different things. So what we've used up until now doesn't work anymore. So, and the whole thing, the whole idea is, how can I change it if I don't know where I'm going? I think this is great. It's a brilliant time, because we are just inventing. Irina says all the time, we have to be creative. So when you don't know what you're doing, you have to be creative. And we have the web, which is a great thing. Different nations are doing different things. And like, for instance, Bhutan, I think is pronounced, in 2008 started measuring, I'm sorry, I'm in your way, I think, sure, because I'm not blind as well. So started measuring the gross national happiness instead of product. So they wanted to know if people were happy. Who cares, you know, how much money we really have, as long as you're happy. They want to become the first country to be like 100% organic. They want to grow their food organically. 85%, I think, of the population, no, 95% has clean water and electricity, like stuff that really matters. So they also have no fossil fuels or nuclear, because they just don't need it. Okay, there are other examples. I wanted to keep this as Italian as possible, but I wanted to relate as well to other countries to show that it's not something that is happening in Italy. Like, it started in France and in Spain, but it's actually spreading, and it's called differently in different places. So in England, for instance, they have, in England and everywhere actually, but these two are in England. There's the transition towns. One is called Brixton Energy, and the other one is Transition Towns. I think. Okay, thank you. Basically, the Brixton Energy, they're great because they run this community, and they've built solar panels. And what they do is, through this system, they can actually produce energy for themselves. They train people in order to, learn how to make new systems for the solar panels, and so they have employment. The money stays in the community, and it tends to get the community together. So they do all these events, and they could be like, they get together for food. They work hard, but they celebrate as well. And once they achieve something, then they'll get together and they'll cook all together, and they'll spend time together. And it's really, really good because the community stays together, and it builds a sense of belonging. So instead of being, especially like they're in South London. So London, it's massive, and it's very easy not to know who's living beside you. So they have these ways of getting together and achieve something. It all starts with one person starting to talk to another person, and then wanting to achieve something. So together, one person can't really do much, but together, each of us have different expertise and vocations, I would say. So it's great when these things get together, because then it enables the group to grow and do more and more and more. And this other group here, they do, they just get together and they do different things. They have a community garden. They have a library. So basically, what they do with whatever they're doing, like they sell the vegetables at the market, and with the money that they get, they might buy more seeds. They might buy more books, and the books get circulated around the community, which is, it's fantastic. Like, we always wait for somebody else to do it. The government should do it, and my city council should do it. But we are our community, so we should start doing something, and then people will come along. I read this, which was actually kind of nice. In 2001 in Italy, there were more bicycles sold than cars. And this was the first time after World War II. And that's because in Italy, we're feeling the economic crisis really, really badly. We've started rediscovering bikes. We've started rediscovering going to your grandma's place and, make jam and make pasta and do these kind of things that, we're kind of old-fashioned. So everything that was old-fashioned was a bit kind of, sure that my grandmother used to do that. And my parents' generation completely skipped that. So I was so lucky to grow up in a family where going for a walk meant going to the shopping center to see what we could buy, and get some takeaway, and then go home. My grandma, they were both from cities, so none of them taught me anything. And my mom said, why would you need to learn how to knit when you can go and buy a jumper which is already made? And I thought, that makes sense, but what if I want to make it? So I didn't have that. And now there are all these bloggers in Italy, and that's how I started to know all these things. There are all these bloggers who are getting together, and they're starting to pass on these skills. So they're called skills shares. They organize workshops, and they're actually free. You only pay maybe, if I'm using, I don't know, the oil or something to make the soap, you'll only pay 2 or 3 quid for the stuff that I bought to make it. And then you can take the soap home with you, for instance. And they're great because you learn a skill and you can pass it on. So the whole idea is, there are like loads of groups who do these kind of things, but then you have to pay loads of money. But why does it always have to go around the money? Why can we not do something that doesn't concern money? So degrowth is basically downscaling of production and consumption. So basically it's to increase our well-being and to have a more quality in the country, in the planet. If everybody was to live the way Westerns live, like, we wouldn't have the earth anymore. Like, for each of us, we need 3 earths, because we're using something that doesn't even belong to us. We're using a share of the earth that might belong to somebody in Thailand or somebody in Nepal or whatever. So, and China and Brazil, India, like, they're all growing really, really fast, and they're all trying to copy us, and they want to live the way we live, but there are not enough resources for everybody. Wouldn't it be better if everybody finds, instead of being like this, if we find the balance, and we can all live at pretty much the same level? I know it sounds a bit utopic, but it can be done. So yeah, these are the things you can read yourself when you have the time. So for 2015, the UN is scheduling to announce the Sustainable Development Goals. But why do we have to wait for somebody else to do something? Why can't we start it? So, people are getting together and things are starting to happening. So just a few examples of degrowth. So degrowth, I thought it was nice, to portray with love is and degrowth is. So bits and songs at your friend's place instead of going to a restaurant. Like, you go to a restaurant, you have to pay what? Maybe 30, 40 euro for an evening. Like, you go to your friend's place, and sometimes we do that. I think it's great. Each of us brings something. I might bring pizza or focaccia, and somebody else might bring something else. And you pay basically nothing. You have to eat anyway, so you're just cooking a meal for yourself and for your friends. And you can stay at your friend's place. They're not going to say, I'm sorry, we're closing, so you have to get out of here, which happens all the time when we started talking. And the places here close very early anyway. So it's, making jam at your place, or taking turns in watching each other's kids. I heard somebody saying, my God, it's really expensive having kids now. I said, what do you mean? Like, how can a kid could be expensive? Like, what do you feed them? And they said, yeah. And they were like, you have to you have to get a babysitter if you want to go out, and you have to do this and you have to do that. So, well, what about your parents or something? Oh, the children. Well, no, they can't. They're working. They're doing this. But I thought, well, let's say there are 6 families, okay, in the same estate. If they get together and they all have kids, because everybody has kids nowadays, but me, obviously. But if they all get together, and I can watch your kids one night, and I got to keep all the kids, and then you guys can go out, and the night, the night after, we can do the contrary. Be like, I go out, you keep my kids, or we can do that the following week. That's free. Why do we always have to pay money for something? So it's the whole idea of starting to detach ourselves from the money. And sorry, if I'm going very fast, you can slow me down and you can stop me. Okay. So yeah, you can cycle to work or take the bus instead of getting the car. You can pack your own lunch from home. You can visit your friends instead of phoning them. Supporting the community with projects and ideas. And it's great. There's this group called the Dublin Chicks with Sticks, and it's here in Dublin. And we meet up every second Sunday to knit in the Exchange Hotel. And it's great because we meet up and we get to knit a bit. We don't really knit much, but we talk a lot. And we share loads of things, as you can imagine, obviously. And they're all as talkative as me. So can you imagine the chatter in the room? But they love us. They love us. We're very entertaining, apparently. It's great because then people come over and they're like, oh my grandmother used to do that, and it's great that you guys are doing it again. And how come? You know, you're learning a skill, and it's nice because then you share. And do you know how to do that? And can you learn? Can you teach me how to do the whole here? And how do you put it together? It's a sharing thing that I think it's nice. So yeah, basically it's to reconnect with friends, family, and community, and to meet your needs. Like if I'm sick one day, instead of I don't know, going to the doctor straight away, I might just try and fix myself out. But my friend might come over and might cook for me a nice soup, or might be so kind as to go and get some grocery shopping for me. Okay, so what does degrowth mean in practice? It's basically buy less, consume less, and work less. If I don't need all these things that society says I should have, then I need less money, which means that I can work a bit less, which means I have more time to read or do whatever I like. And instead of going, you know, go, and then arrive at the end of the day and you're exhausted, you know, you have more time for yourself. You can cook and you can eat simple things. And cook and eat all your things, like all your food from scratch. I think it's great. Instead of buying stuff that is ready-made in Tesco. I'm not saying that it's not good or, you know, we shouldn't do it, but I think it should be an exception. Well, today it's the other way around. You know, usually we take stuff that is already made and we rarely do things from scratch. Handmade, homemade, and DIY. Myself and my friends, most of the time, we do stuff by ourselves, and we do maybe little presents or I don't know, something that doesn't necessarily have to be super fancy and out of the store. Something that I made and that I want to share with you. It could be, you know, sauerkraut, or it could be, I don't know, funny shaped mittens or something like that. But I think they're nice because it's the time that you've put in that you're giving to your friend. So yeah, you can share and participate and talk to other people to see what. I know. I should be saying it, but you know, the more you talk, the more you share, and the more things come up, and you're like, oh my God, did you think about that? I thought I was the only one thinking it, but no. So yeah. A great thing that I actually came across while I was researching the whole degrowth is the time bank. So, okay, the whole degrowth thing is great, but you know, it sounds a bit, okay, I can work less, but I still need the plumber if I break, you know, my drain, or if I still need, I don't know, if I can't do it, I still need a tailor to take in my skirt, possibly. But if with the time bank, basically it works that the members sign up, and it's all on a voluntary base. The members sign up, and I say, okay, I'm really good at, I don't know, oh God, what am I really good at? I could be baking a cake or just doing a scratchbook, whatever. And then somebody else could say, you know, I could, I don't know, suggestions.
Mix up.
Yeah, somebody else could say I could make soap. So on my exchange, what I do with what the other person does, or, which is even better, like the gift economy. You basically, you give, is the highest form of economy, they say, because you give freely and you receive freely without necessarily having to give or receive from the same person to and from the same person who gave something in the first place. It's just the act of giving and the act of receiving, which is completely detached from the value. Like, you know, I could exchange a kilo of apples with some tools to fix my garage, but they don't necessarily have the same value on the market. But, you know, money, it's something that doesn't exist here. So you have to start thinking, you know, get away from the money. So just think, do I need the apples? Do I need the tools? Do I need what? Somebody who fixes my bikes? So what do I, so you're getting something for your needs and it's not going to cost you money, basically. Loads of food also is available. If we go foraging, as Frank was saying before, you know, it's something that was done years and years ago, but we can still do it. There's loads of stuff that we can get if we go for a walk in the countryside, maybe on a Sunday, and you know, you can really get some really good stuff. So loads of people who kind of follow this social movement called degrowth also have vegetable gardens, and I was amazed by the fact that it doesn't. I thought you need, oh my god, you need such, you know, huge amount of land to have a vegetable garden, which is, you know, is going to feed you properly. But you actually need less of a quarter of an acre apparently to feed a family of 4. And so I'm alone. I thought, Jesus, you know, a few pots would suffice me. So I'm going to give it a try. I live in a studio, so I don't have that much space, but I'll sort it out. I'll come with something creative. So something that I make, as I was saying, I live in a studio apartment. It's tiny, really tiny. But I can still make something. So I do, like, I make my own oat milk. Sorry, I'll go down so you'll be able to see it. And, you know, you can make sauerkraut or hummus, like things that are really, really simple to make. If you buy your pulses dry and you soak them and then you cook them, they're way cheaper than it actually is to buy them in tins or like in little packages. This is homemade pasta, like it's really, really simple to make, and I'm sure we're going to run a workshop about it one day because it's great. It's really, really tasty, and usually I used to associate it with my mom's, my grandma's place, and she didn't even used to make it, like she used to buy it from another lady, but it was something you would get at my grandma's place. You can make the other end, like when I became vegan, most of the stuff that I needed was really, really expensive, and I thought, God, that's really expensive, and you know, I need this, I need that, how am I going to do it? So I started researching, and I found these really easy recipes. And they do work, and you can easily think, oh my god, I used to pay 7 quid for that when I got it for 30 cents. Was I so stupid? But then, you know, I didn't know at that stage. So this is the famous homemade soap that I made, and apparently won everybody over. I made 2 versions, and it was funny because the first one was supposed to be orange and cinnamon, but because I don't wear my glasses, I put turmeric. But everybody was saying, my God, it's gonna stain. But no, it didn't stain, so it was grand. So yeah, that's the story of the soap. That's another handmade liquid soap. And you can use any container you have. You can recycle, wash and recycle. This is something I found on the internet, which I thought was really, really nice, and it's really stylish. And what it is fruit boxes. So you basically go to the guy who sells fruit and you ask, can I have this for free? Do you mind? You have to be cheeky. Okay, you have to be cheeky. I'm very cheeky. I ask for discounts even on sales. I don't care. They are going to say no to me. I don't give a shit. Sorry, I always ask. So most of the time it's a no, but when it's a yes, you know, it's a bargain. So so you can get together. You can ask your friend to come over. Maybe you can assemble it together. You can offer him or her a nice cup of tea and coffee and a cake or biscuits or something that you have made. Obviously, there's no buying. Excuse me. But this is another nice present I actually thought I wanted to make. So I have a few nice jumpers which have sustained a bit of damage because I always cook or make experiments where I'm wearing something that I'm not supposed to, and I've ruined them all. So they have funny spots somewhere. So I decided I'm gonna chop them and I'm gonna make the mittens. So that's in the Christmas next year, okay? I shouldn't give it away, but that's something else I found on the internet. Instead of buying the plastic little things, the little containers, you could actually make something like that. And this lady, she was saying, it was on a blog that I found it. She was saying that her kids, because she was giving them different things to have like a complete lunch throughout the day. They were going to school with something like this big, like these books, and then these boxes, plastic boxes for the food. So she came up with this homemade lunch pockets, which were great. So that's another thing I found, and which I thought was really, really nice. That says another word is not only possible, she's on her way, and I can hear her breathing. I think it's great because it is true. Like people are, moving and getting together and come up with other different ideas in order to overcome big multinationals. And sorry, I'm coming back here just to say that it is true. We're going to be more than them, They're going to be few and we're going to be more. So we are, was something on the other day I read, we are the 98%, and which means that we are the majority, we have that with us. So these are a few links that I thought it would be nice to have, and it's where I got some information about degrowth and some, like most of this stuff, well, it's all in English, but most of the stuff that I read was in Italian. So for me, it was really hard to kind of, trying to give it to you as a reference. And then there are these two websites, Naturalmente Felice, Uno Cookbook, and they write in Italian and in English. And they're both vegan websites for recipes, and they do as well homemade stuff. So if you have any questions and answers, I will shut up for a bit, I promise. These are my details. If you want to get in touch with me, if you have any ideas, want to share something, I will be delighted to hear from you. You can switch on the light. Thank you very much.
It's called VIP, Vegan Information Project. So kind of like an ethical vegan group. And so we're doing a mini course at the moment, which is a bit of philosophy, but mainly it's kind of social movement theory and a case study on advocacy, which I'm doing. But thankfully not today, I haven't got a week off. So we've got two speakers today, and my job is to introduce Frank Armstrong here, who is a writer and a teacher, a part-time chef. So I don't know whether it just means that all his food is lukewarm at the end of it. And he came to the issue of veganism through the environmental route, essentially, and now says he's adopted an animal rights perspective. That's right, isn't it, Frank?
I'm still learning.
Well, that's a blurb you gave me. So, Frank.
So thanks, Roger. Roger asked me to do this. Probably the only way to shut me up from being when I'm in the crowd. So I'm going to talk about the history of Irish food and how that might relate to the vegan approach. Some people would say that if you're talking about history of Irish food, well, this won't take long. But through history, people have been eating 2 meals a day, so there is an important social history alongside it, and particularly in the case of Ireland, where we've had one of the worst famines in human history. So it's been a very important consideration, food, for throughout Irish history. And we like to think of, people say today it's more important than ever, but actually in the past it was much more important. So a history of Irish food will probably make for quite uncomfortable. Is quite an uncomfortable study, maybe for people who come from a vegan approach, because there has been throughout Irish history, throughout the acquisition of food in Irish history, there has been animal use. So any kind of vegan approach is a radical departure. I believe that it's a correct approach, because I think we are now tied into a global chain of supply, and it's incumbent upon us to create a more harmonious world, and a world where climate change is not such a problem. And also, I think there's compelling evidence that our health is served by a plant-based diet. So I have on the first page of the little handout, I have a chronology of Irish food and agriculture, which is also really a chronology of human history, because human history is first and foremost, I suppose, how people survive, and food is a prime, is always a primary consideration. So you look back on human history and in Ireland, it's a very short period, really. We human beings have only been here for just over 10,000 years, and when you think of the history of the world, or even the history of other animals, it's a very short time. But in that time, we have made a massive impact on the environment here. We like to think, we look at our countryside today and we see fields, with animals generally grazing in them. But this is not very much not the natural environment, or the climax vegetation in Ireland. Ireland would be a huge forest if it wasn't for the impact of human farming, and that is, as we all know, the impact of animal husbandry, as it's termed, animal use, has a much greater impact than growing crops for direct human consumption. And it's also the case that we like to think of there's a sort of a romantic idea that maybe in the past people lived in balance with nature. But actually, there are plenty of examples from human history to show that prehistoric communities did not necessarily live in balance with nature. I don't know if anyone's read any of Jared Diamond's work, but he looks at the history of people like the Easter Islanders, who cut down all the trees in their island, and the island went into ecological collapse, and over half the population was wiped out. So that was not Western man, it was not imperialism, but it was a prehistoric community. So it's not just in the modern phase that we've seen rapid destruction of our environment. It's also in the prehistoric era. So really, I think the vegan approach, this very radical idea, it offers the potential for a new way for humans to inhabit their environment, a less stressful, imposing less stress on other creatures, allowing for greater biodiversity, and ultimately having healthier lives themselves. So we look at then the history of human settlement. So humans arrive. I think initially they would have walked to Ireland before ocean levels. They're harvesting food, they are foraging plants, and they're hunting animals from their first arrival. But there was very low population density. It couldn't sustain that environment. Couldn't sustain very many humans. What's more, and I think recent research has shown that there was a high mortality rate, violent mortality rate among these communities, probably because of hunting, because hunting will give people access to weapons, and often these weapons are turned against other human beings as well. So there's an interaction there between violence against animals and violence against humans. So then But all the same, I suppose, you know, when you look at that form of or mode of production, as it would be termed, it was much less invasive of the environment, on the environment. It had much less of an impact, and you know, humans were very much a part of nature. They were only slowly being enslaving nature, as we might put it, which is what occurred when agriculture emerged. So agriculture emerged in a few different places around the globe, and actually almost simultaneously in China and the Middle East. And it's the Middle East which really has the most impact on Europe, and that's where wheat, barley, and the few domesticated animals came about, where domestication of animals came about. So this kind of toolkit, it spread across Europe. Now, it's not clear whether it's by conquest, but what's clear is that once you establish agriculture, it's very difficult for other modes of production to survive. And actually, these early agricultural societies, the life expectancy decreased because they had much less of a variety of food. And there's a lot more control in this environment because the king or the pharaoh or whatever it is has to control the seed stock so that when the following year comes about, you can grow your crops. So this spread across Europe and wipes out other forms of human food production. And it comes to Ireland in about 4000 BC. So that's about just over 6,000 years ago. And temperatures may have been a bit warmer than today because we see even in this short phase of human history fluctuations in climate in Ireland. So immediately there's the impact of agriculture and the loping down of trees and the slash and burn agriculture, and especially connected to the domesticated animals that arrive with the human beings. And we see evidence of that in the burn today. Everybody talks about how wonderful the burn is. You know, we have these little flowers that come from so some are alpine, some are Mediterranean or something, and people are very keen on this. But actually, it's a very modified landscape that has been that was destroyed by overgrazing in the Stone Age. So then we get to a point where human beings start using metal, and that again has a big impact because what can you make out of metal, but weapons and also plows. So this leads to further intensification, probably some population growth. And then you have the Iron Age in 1400. Later, we see the arrival of extensive dairying through the year. Previously, cattle had been kept for their meat. But we see in Ireland a tension between tillage on the one hand, growing crops for direct human consumption, and raising animals for slaughter or for exploitation. And this shifts, and it could be cultural. It may not be that it's necessary. Some people would say, "Oh, today we have the best conditions for growing grass in Europe, therefore we have to raise cattle, and that's how we'll make our billions out of it." But actually, we see throughout the history of Irish agriculture shifts in production. So depending on what is demanded, both by the external market and by consumer demand. So when monasticism emerges in Ireland after St. Patrick's arrival in the 5th century, there's a surge in tillage because monks were overwhelmingly vegetarian, at least, and possibly even had plant-based diets. So we also see in this period water mills, which were kind of unique in Europe at that time, and some of the first examples since Roman times. And the society breaks down somewhat with the Viking incursions. They bring more sophisticated methods of keeping animals. So they use hay that they harvest in the summer and they give to animals in the winter. And also they bring technology of fishing to the Irish, because previously and throughout Irish history, fishing hasn't been a major, or sea fishing hasn't been a major factor. Probably because of our quite rough seas. Then we see the Norman arrival. Again, there's a surge in tillage production. They're bringing more of the English model of production. And I just want to refer now to, I have some notes that I've made from secondary sources. Some of the main authors on the subject, so John Phelan and Fergus Kelly and so on, and Raymond Croggy. And so you see in Gaelic culture, so with the arrival of dairying, you see very much a diet that shows a dominance of dairy, actually, according to the sources. And particularly in the western part of the country. And the question I think I have in this is whether this is a product of culture or a necessity, or whether people are finding that growing crops is too unreliable in the Irish climate, or whether there is a sort of nobility that seeks to impose this in a sense. My sense is that it is actually more a product of culture, and there's some evidence for this, because there was endemic warfare in Irish conditions, because cattle raiding was a way for young men to show their prowess, and that sort of perpetuates the system, and also militates against the development of more intensive tillage or horticulture. And also, when you have this dominant pastoralism, you find that a lot of the wild environment is ruined and uprooted. So there are less wild food sources. For example, hazelnuts, which were for the early farmers, they were apparently as important in the diet as grain. So actually, removing the trees, removes also another source of food. So interestingly, though, is the relationship between human beings and cattle. I think it's a subject that I find quite interesting. We see a sort of a veneration of cows. So, for example, an old Irish prayer to the Blessed Virgin, where she is addressed as an ever-milking cow. And there are plenty more examples of this from the sources of a strong relationship, almost intimate relationship between human beings and cows. But of course, the male cattle were apparently killed when they were born. They weren't kept. They weren't raised for their meat. They were actually slaughtered. But it's interesting because there seems to be a slight taboo against eating meat at this stage. The meat did not feature prominently in the diet. It was very much a dairy-based diet. One of the authors says there are no beef-eating heroes in Irish mythology. The doughtiest Irish warriors relied on pig meat, which and pigs did arrive with the first conquest as well. So that's the scene in Gaelic Ireland, where cities did not emerge, because without a sort of a vibrant agriculture that produces crops, it's very difficult to have cities. If you have an entirely pastoral society, you have a low density of population, and so cities were not present in Gaelic Ireland. It was only the Vikings who brought cities. So Dublin is a Viking city, because there simply weren't enough reserves of food to sustain a city. So we come then to the potato. Now, some authors have the potato emerges comes to Ireland about 1600 from the Americas. So we associate Ireland with potatoes, but of course it's not indigenous. And there are some authors are very critical of the effect of the potato, that it reduced the amount of food that people could eat. But on the other hand, it allowed people to live on very little land. So and it was a very productive crop for 250 years. And we see a huge, massive population explosion from something like under 2 million in 1600 to almost 9 million in 1850. And that could never have been achieved if the Gaelic mode of production, i.e. pastoral farming, had remained in place. But the problem with the potato in Ireland was that it was the fallback food for people. It wasn't there wasn't enough diversity in the diet. So people were living on very small patches of land, and were, because of the colonization that had occurred, and had little scope for variety in their diets. And this is obviously a product of the colonization that occurred, especially the plantations, which began at the end of, or which began in the 16th century, progressed through the 17th. So in the 18th century, then we had the penal laws, which further restricted the extent to which the majority of the population could, enjoy different careers and so on. That was actually a period of growth, and to an extent this was because of what were known as the Cattle Acts. And these were acts of the English Parliament, which operated, which affected Ireland, which said that cattle could not be exported from Ireland directly. But that led to the development of a provisions trade, and that involved cattle meat and also tillage, an enhanced tillage sector. So, but economically, the 18th century was quite good for the Irish population, despite the penal laws. And as we've seen, we have this huge population growth. Now, some among the early imperialists in the 17th century saw the potential for turning Ireland into a large kind of farm, essentially, for cattle. Sir William Petty actually prepared proposals in 1687 for turning Ireland into a vast sheep and cattle ranch. Petty believed that Ireland was capable of carrying 6 million head of cattle, which he suggested could be most economically tended by a population of some 300,000. The surplus population was to be removed to England, where they would become labourers. So this gives you an idea of the population the effect of population of having so many cattle. And actually today we have more than 6 million cattle in Ireland. We'll come to that. So this, so Ireland's sort of Irish agriculture was very much influenced by the demands of the English market. In the 18th century and up to the Battle of Waterloo, England demanded grain from Ireland. So that was what Ireland produced. But after that, it became clear that England could get grain from much cheaper on the international market, mainly from America. And we see the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846, which is another crucial date in the history of Irish agriculture. And from 1815, the pressure was on to convert Ireland into the kind of ranch which someone like Sir William Petty had envisaged. And so farmers were squeezed more and more into smaller holdings. And we see during the famine, out of a total acreage of 20 million, 3 million of the population were on 1 million. So there are great inequalities in the system. And eventually, when the potato blight struck in 1845, these 3 million, especially, who were on this tiny acreage, were very vulnerable. And a great many of them died, up to 1 million of them died, and 1 million of them emigrated. And this gave the opportunity to those who wished to convert Ireland to pasture to proceed. And so in the late 19th century, we see the spread of the pastoral farming model. And this leads to great population decline in that period, and an increase in the cattle population. But what happens also is we like to think in Ireland of it being the English against the Irish and so on, but it's not. It doesn't work that way. Actually, there were Irish farmers who were profiting from the famine, who were gaining bigger holdings, who could then convert their small farms into larger farms and buy cattle and sell them on the market, and they become a sort of petty bourgeois class. So this continues through the 19th century, and we see obviously this cycle of emigration and declining population continuing. So, and it continues into the history of the Free State. So to a point where the population of Ireland in the early 1960s is under 4 million, having been up to 9 million. And this is mainly a product of the declining rural population, because people have been essentially cleared off the land. And the Irish peasantry have, in the meantime, inherited the land. They have through a succession of land acts in the late 19th century, they purchased the land, and this class essentially has become the dominant class, the dominant political class in the state. So we see little shift in the production priorities of Irish agriculture. And this is a low employment model, because putting cattle in a field doesn't require work, it doesn't require labor to any great extent compared to horticulture, compared to tillage. It's a very low employment model. And but that elite have dominated both of the main political parties in Ireland since the inception of the state, and there has been no discernible left-wing political formation in Ireland, except the Labour Party, who obviously have never formed a majority government. So the farming, this farming class have tended to dominate and to perpetuate their model. And this was given sanctioned by the state in the 1960s, and given further impetus by membership of the European Community in 1972, after which farmers began to receive support, income support, farm income support, and including headage payments. So they're paid for the amount of sheep they have on their farm. And this again poses grave damage to the environment. So the boglands are ruined by overgrazing. We don't replant any of the forests that have been reduced, that have been removed over centuries, to a point where, upon independence, Ireland had the lowest percentage of forests of any country in Europe, the lowest coverage of forests. And of course, today we have the issue of climate change, and the livestock that we have are manipulated and overbred are producing 30% of the emissions in this country. So it's a very damaging form of farming, and it has a very high impact on biodiversity and climate change. And I think that the example of the potato shows that we can get a lot more bang for our buck in terms of what we devote the land to. We can't grow everything in Irish conditions, but we can certainly do a hell of a lot better. And unfortunately, the agricultural authorities are not, Tagish in particular, who are the organisation responsible for agricultural research, are doing nothing almost to further research in the area. And the country, quite apart from the slaughter of animals, it's a very bad economic model going forward. You just have to look at things like the fodder crisis, the foot and mouth crisis, the horse meat crisis, the BSE crisis. All these things show that this is a very vulnerable model. When you have this kind of monoculture, as it's called in agriculture, in agricultural terms, you have a system that's very vulnerable to disease, essentially. We saw it in Ireland in the 1840s when too many of the population were dependent on one crop, and we see it today when the country is dependent on raising cattle for milk and for slaughter. So and when they boast of the 10 billion in export revenues, we're ignoring how we import 5 billion worth of food. We're ignoring how when we produce food in this way, we're not producing healthy alternatives. When we devote our land exclusively to livestock, or the land that we find ourselves custodians of, it's a very bad model. And all these income supports are going to farmers who themselves are not doing well. Something like 80% of farmers who raise cattle for beef are losing money. The same applies to something like 40% of dairy farmers. The people who are making money are the large companies, the Kerry groups of this world, who are very keen to maintain the present priorities and to maintain the subsidy regime that keeps farmers locked into this model. And in a sense, the farmers, most of the farmers are victims of this system. They're trying to make a living, they're trying to live in the same place, and this is the option that's given to them. They could be given money to restore forestry, but and admittedly there are some grants available, but that should be much more of a priority in my view. If we think of the energy resources that we need going forward, with fossil fuels running out, with climate change, clearly we have to change our model. So I've been, but that's not the case, and that's not the ambition, because if you look at the latest document, Harvest 2020, it targets a 33% increase in output. So they pay lip service to greening Irish agriculture, but actually it's just a marketing exercise.
Mhm.
You can't, it's a fact of life that cattle produce methane, which will have an effect on global warming, on climate change. So I suppose I think it has to be the ambition of all of us to raise awareness of this, and to, it doesn't matter, to say to people, it doesn't matter if you may not subscribe to an animal rights perspective. You may not be an animal welfarist, but at least you want to prevent climate change. And that's, that is the major, should be at least the major political question of our day. When you see the projections, it's really scary. Sorry, I've been sort of talking, and I tried to give a sort of a whistle-stop tour of 10,000 years. So it was a little bit of a challenge to do that. But has anyone got anything to say or any response?
Any questions or observations? Actually, if you want a slower version, then subscribe to Frank's UCD course.
Yeah.
Because, as I said, we'll stop. But anybody got any comments, observations, or questions?
I'll do that in 16 hours as opposed to 40 minutes.
To add to that, I'm recently back from a health conference in New York. It's called The Real Truth About Health. And there was a guy there called Richard Oppenlander, who seemed to be a pretty serious scientist who's written a book. I can't remember the name of it, but Richard Oppenlander, in great detail, went into the effects of raising cattle for food on the climate, on global warming, and said that it contributed way more than all the fossil fuel burning on the planet, including air travel.
Mhm.
Much, much, much more.
Mhm.
Somewhere between 30 and 60%.
Yeah.
30% is very conservative, apparently.
Yeah.
But if you're serious about this subject, you might look up Richard Oppenlander.
There's an article by Goodland and Anhang where they estimate 48%. Though the UN most recently have said 17%.
17.
That's their estimate. But that's even the UN estimate, which is conservative, very conservative by all accounts, is much more than all the transport that occurs. So, yeah.
Frank, thank you. I want to ask, because yes, we're familiar with climate change problem and animal rights and everything, but I'm wondering that kind of, to my very limited knowledge, there is still very little about Irish situation, so it's still, Ireland is still portrayed as a green island, and many actually environmentalists told me that the island is in very good situation, and I'm kind of really struggling to kind of understand. I understand that, as you said, the very kind of powerful groups, they try to maintain the existing order, and in that respect, yes, kind of grazing cows, beautiful green landscape is kind of part of that picture. But could you tell a little bit more about the actual situation in Ireland?
The fact that we didn't have an industrial revolution of any significance, at least in the south, means people assume that our environment is much cleaner. And and it is the case also that the pollution, the pollution from pastoral farming is quite different to the pollution emanating from tillage. So there might be more artificial fertilizers used in tillage. So, you know, it's a low intensity model. And you know, and you see in the Irish scenery, it looks quite wild. But it's not. That's not the climax vegetation. The climax vegetation is oak forest in most of the oak and elm and oak and hazel.
But what about animal agriculture? I don't hear any information, you know, in relation to how potentially animal agriculture affects Irish
it's
ecology. I'm wondering, is it possible?
Well, there's a sort
apart
of,
from your articles, of course. Yeah.
but actually, there's a kind of quite a dominant sort of discourse suggesting that the benefit, this sort of co-evolution between man and the environment and cattle, and that, you know, the cattle are good for the grass and you know, maintain fertility of the soil, and you know, in the burn, which I referred to, there are these you know, these flowers that have emerged through the interaction of grazing and human grazing of animals, and people see this as a wonderful sort of development, even though it's a desert, really. It's almost a desert. It's almost bare rock. But that's the sort of dominant discourse, because if you start attacking agriculture, you're attacking your own community, and it's a small country. So people don't like. I have an uncle who's a small farmer, part-time farmer, probably doesn't make very much money out of it. But there are a lot of people in that situation. So it's sort of a bit of a taboo, you know. You don't, and you listen to RTE, and you know they want to look after the Irish people. They don't want to attack, you know, people who have been doing a job that's seen as natural, seen as the normal thing to do, even though, you know, it's actually quite a modern innovation to have this commodification of agriculture that occurs really, you know, in the late 19th century, especially.
Is there a final question, maybe? One of the, you know, the agreements with the greenhouse gases.
Yeah.
I was just watching Equally, I think it was last night, you know, Ireland is supposed to bring down the emissions by 20% by the year 20, by the year 50 by 80%.
Yeah.
Like, how do they want to do that?
Impossible.
You know, increasing the farm, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's
we're being fined at the moment some $100 million every year, like, for that already, you know. Not meet the targets even now, you know. So.
Well, if we reduce it by 80%, already 30% of our emissions are coming from agriculture. We can't do it.
Yeah.
Is that Irish data, or is that just?
Yeah.
No, in Irish they say it's 30%. It's probably higher, because if you convert that land to forestry, you can get carbon sinks. So
Yeah, but they're doing absolutely nothing about, the government is doing nothing about this 20% of the year.
well, governments last for, you know, 5 years, and they look after their own. I mean, like, you know, they're already changing the rules on turf cutting, because of the local elections. Even though this is a unique natural environment, they're very, you know, because electoral mathematics suggests they should do so, that they allow people to ruin that environment. So it's not surprising.
Yeah, but like, killing parties, so good average Joe Soap is paying these hundreds of millions even now, like, you know, so why isn't there a debate about that, you know, that can be
Because there's such bias in the media. And also, I think when people have a certain diet, they become very defensive about it. And they see it as an inheritance, as part of their cultural inheritance, and a cultural right for them to continue with that diet. getting people to shift diet, and whatever clothes or whatever else, but in particular diet, I think is a hugely difficult exercise. People very much cling to the food of their childhood. Sociologists observe this, how people hold on to that almost more than anything else in life. It's this sort of nostalgia that people have for whatever it is they grew up with, and getting people to shift diet. I mean, probably individuals know this themselves. Actually, giving up something is very difficult. But when it's very once you do it, you kind of go, well, I've done that. That was easy. But actually, getting people to that point is, and you might. I know myself that I was sort of fighting against it and making arguments against it and not listening to maybe sense, the sense it made. But people, so people don't want to, they don't want to do without butter on their bread and their Sunday roast and their, this is my entitlement. I've worked for this, So I think that's a major stumbling block.
Well, certainly in terms of sociology, one thing that sociology will say that people are very conservative when it comes to their food, so it's really quite right. So I think we'll have to pull that to a thing. Obviously, we're going to have you back, Frank, because that wasn't long enough. So I'd like you to thank Frank, and then we've got some.
Last thing I have to say is thank you so much to Patrizia for giving up her time to give us this brilliant event. So thank you, Patrizia.
Thanks, and thanks everyone for coming here. For those who haven't met me before, my name is Patrizia Sedula. I'm Italian, so I apologize for my accent. I hope you will understand me anyway. And the presentation I'm going to give this evening is based on a paper that I presented at the launch of a conference with the launch of Center for Human Animal Studies in the UK in October. And there are just two things that I want to stress before I start. So first of all, it is philosophy, I'm afraid. So I won't hold it against you if you fall asleep halfway through it. But I would rather, if at any time, if there is something that is not clear, you stop me and interrupt me and ask me. And the second thing is, I'm only a PhD student, so this is very much work in progress. So the title is, Do They Matter Because We Care, or Do We Care Because They Matter? And I hope the reason for choosing this title will become clear as I go through the presentation. So the paper was inspired by reading a recent article by a philosopher called Todd May, and I will follow many of his distinctions. So I thought I would put a summary here of these distinctions to start with, so that hopefully they will make sense. I will go through his arguments, some of which I agree with, and some of which I don't. So the first thing is that Todd May identifies at least two separate and for him irreducible grounds for moral concern. What he calls CBRs, or capacity-based reasons on the one hand, and RBRs, or relationship-based reasons on the other. He also considers but quickly rejects the third possible ground for moral concern, which is just being human, and hopefully this will become clear as I go along. In terms of the people, the philosophers who focus on one or the other types of moral reasons, the focus of the moral individualists is on capacity-based reasons. I'm sure you're all familiar with at least some of these. Gary Francione, Tom Reagan, Peter Singer, McMahon, etc. are all categorized as moral individualists. On the other hand, those philosophers who are focusing mostly on relationships are called by Tolkien relationalists. And he makes a further distinction between assistance relationalists on the one hand and Wittgensteinian relationalists on the other. And Wittgensteinian are so called because they follow the philosophy of Ludwig Wittgenstein, and he particularly focuses on two women philosophers in this area, Cora Diamond and Alice Gray. So the two main distinct grounds for moral status that he identifies are capacities and relations. So according to the capacity approach, it is the individual characteristics of individual beings that determine their moral status. On the other hand, for the relation-based approach, it is the relations with human beings that confer moral status. And if you look in the past, capacities have variously included locus or language, reason, having sex for pleasure, starting wars, being autonomous agents, etc. Notice a pattern there. These are all capacities that have been historically ascribed to humans only, showing that this approach, the capacities approach, was developed originally in order to justify human exceptionalism, which is the idea that human beings are the only appropriate objects for moral concern. With empirical investigations, it has been increasingly shown that animals too display many capacities which were only considered the exclusive realm of human beings in the past. But the challenge to this idea of human exceptionalism does not only come from science or empirical research, but also from philosophy, as we will see. So, in animal ethics, the capacity approach has been adopted by moral individualists. As I mentioned before, these include Peter Singer, Tom Regan, Gary Francione, Jeff McMahon, and others. And in this case, the capacities involved are being sentience. This is true for Singer, Francione, etc. Consciousness, being subject of a life, Tom Regan, and so on. And from now on, I will refer to these capacity-based reasons are CDRs. So they are a reason to give moral consideration to a being in virtue of some capacity possessed by that being. And these capacities can be different from philosopher to philosopher. On the other hand, May labels as relationalists those philosophers who believe that it is the relations that an animal has with human beings that determine their moral status. And from now on, I will refer to these relation-based reasons as RBRs. So RBRs, relation-based reasons, are moral obligations towards a being in virtue of that being either belonging to a moral community or having some relationship with that moral community. And Todd May defines a human moral community as a community of interdependent individuals with a set of moral obligations to one another which arise from their dependencies and interactions. Just one thing to note is that condition A is much stronger than condition B, belonging to a moral community. And in fact, several philosophers have argued that no animals can meet it because they cannot truly participate in a moral community. This objection is in itself controversial. I'm not going to go into it now. It can be argued against. However, even if it was considered as true, the weaker condition B would still apply. So nobody can argue against the idea that animals have some relationship with a moral community. So the further distinction that May makes then is between Wittgensteinian relationalists and assistance relationalists. Specific to the Wittgensteinian, particularly Cora Diamond and Alice Gray, is the claim that our moral relations to non-human animals are derivative from our moral relations with other human beings. Okay, so animals matter morally based on the fact that other human beings matter morally, first of all. And in fact, being human for them is in itself a morally relevant category. Relations are also important for the assistants, relationalists, and for them, an animal's claim of assistance depends on that animal's relationship with human beings. What this means is that we have a moral obligation to help an animal in need based on our relationship with that animal. However, animals also have a claim of non-harm or non-interference, even in absence of a relationship. Okay, so this distinction is often also labeled as positive duties towards negative duties. So we have negative duties towards all animals, not to harm them, but we have added positive duties to assist animals based on our relationships with them. This is what the assistance relationalists would claim. And Todd May discusses in his paper at length the position of these assistance relationalists. However, for the purpose of this presentation, I will focus on the Wittgenstein only paradigm and Alice query. But if you're interested on the assistance part, you can ask during the Q&A. So going back to the first set of moral reasons, capacities. Here is just a quotation from the paper by Todd May, and it's just to give an idea of his view. I will read out. In some circumstances, humans and animals with comparable capacities, say for instance a captive chimpanzee and a severely cognitively impaired child, should be considered equally. My claim is that there is a lot wrong with this claim. And first of all, there are non-trivial difficulties involved in defining, assessing, and comparing cognitive abilities across different species. For example, chimpanzees have consistently shown better short-term memory than university students. This is from the results of empirical research from 2007, and something more recent from 2014, they're better than humans at tactical games. And in fact, if it works here, I just have a little clip for those who haven't seen it to show how good the short-term memory of chimpanzees is.
Japanese researchers have revealed the results of a fascinating memory test. They pitted young chimpanzees against grown-up human beings. Now, does that sound like a fair contest? We counted on Bill Blakemore to find out whether it was. First test. Can chimpanzees count from 1 to 9 in the right order in return for a peanut or other tasty meal? Yes, they can. Now, if you just flash the 9 numerals for a moment, can a chimpanzee remember where each numeral was and still get the order they were in, right? Yes, for another case of treat. This chimp got this wrong once. But now, if you flash just some of the 9 numerals and cover them, can a chimp A remember where each was and B in the right order, even though some are missing? Yes. Now, can another primate species, the adult Homo sapien, do the same? Well, okay. Again. Again. One more try? Well, okay. But actually, chimpanzees did much better than humans in this flash and remember test, leaving the Japanese researchers scratching their heads. One possible theory: chimpanzees care more than humans about humans. They're like more things.
Okay, so
Unless you think they used just one very smart chimp, they actually had 6 chimps taking the test. And if you want to see more of this, go to abcnews.com. We have a lot of video of chimps.
of course, they always have to trivialize everything by saying something silly at the end. But this is just to show that even in terms of facts, this comparison between the chimp and the cognitively disabled child doesn't make any sense.
I love the way the chimp was coming from. This is easy.
But even more importantly, the choice of comparing a chimp with a cognitively impaired child reiterates a tradition in analytic philosophy of posing false dilemmas, setting up an artificial, impossible scenario of conflict. And I think, even more importantly, that the whole focus on cognitive capacities is misleading. While one needs to take into account an individual's specific abilities in order to treat them appropriately, cognitive abilities do not need to be a criterion for establishing the moral status of that creature in the first place. So, why would May think that that is the case instead? And it is because he appeals to a common sense view, which the Grazzi calls the sliding scale model of moral status. According to this view, there is a hierarchy of beings, with the beings at the top of the scale, of course, human beings, deserving the highest moral consideration, followed by higher mammals like chimps and dolphins, while as one moves down the scale, the amount of consideration owed to lower beings decreases. In other words, quoting, animals deserve consideration in proportion to their cognitive, emotional, and social complexity. And it is in line with this view, for example, I don't know if you're aware, Stephen Wise has recently proposed to extend personnel to chimps and other mammals, and this is a current legal case which is being debated in the US. The alternative view to the sliding scale model of moral status, which has been proposed among others by Peter Singer, is that of equal consideration. If cognitive abilities are irrelevant, all the beings who are morally relevant deserve equal moral consideration. And it is hard to justify the sliding scale model as preferable to equal consideration. So that was on capacities. What about relations? Some philosophers deny the relevance of relations in morality altogether, because they think that allowing relations to ground ethics would amount to renouncing to the principle of impartiality and running the risk of justifying forms of discrimination such as racism or sexism. However, May invokes two reasons whereby relational bonds are relevant to the moral status of animals. The first reason comes from the analogy with human relationships. In the same way that I have reasons to be more concerned for the well-being of a family member or a friend compared to a stranger, I may also have more reasons for concern for an animal for whom I am otherwise responsible compared to an unknown one. And I think this has a very strong intuitive appeal. If I have animals who share my house, and I strongly feel that I have a very strong responsibility towards them in terms of feeding them and giving them veterinary care, etc., compared to others for whom I'm not responsible. And the second reason has to do with the fact that by bringing animals within the human community, we have created a dependency in them, particularly as a result of domestication and selective breeding, which they would not have had in the first place. When we make others so dependent on us, for May, we also create obligations towards them, or at least additional reasons for being concerned about their well-being. This point has been interpreted by some as meaning, for instance, that we have a duty to assist domesticated animals, but not wild animals. However, I contend that when we appropriate an environment for our own purposes, we become responsible for the fate of the other beings who originally inhabited that environment. I'm sure you're all familiar with an example of this scenario, for example, the consequences on wildlife of the ongoing deforestation of Borneo for the production of palm oil. So just to clarify a bit better what May's views are on the importance of relations and animals, he gives the example of two cats, one domestic, one feral. And he says, on the basis of their capacities alone, we have a negative duty not to harm either of them, or not to interfere with either of them. He also thinks that based on their capacities alone, we have reasons to assist both. But we have a stronger reason to feed the one that we are responsible for, to give veterinary care to the one that we are directly responsible for compared to the other, based on those relation-based reasons. Okay, so they give extra moral reasons. The second example is that of chimps again. So on the left-hand side is a captive chimp, and on the right-hand side a wild one. So remember the example we gave before about the comparison between the child and the captive chimp. And in that case, he thought the captive chimp and the child had equal consideration because they were both within human community. So revisiting that example, if the child was part of society, whereas the chimp was in the wild, according to many, while they make similar moral claims based on their capacities, the relationship-based reasons differ in the two cases. Since to bring someone into a society means to acquire responsibility towards them that one would not have otherwise. I already expressed my disagreement with this kind of comparison earlier, but here I would like to add that I think we also acquire relationship-based reasons towards a wild chimp whenever we destroy their habitat. So not only we should not interfere or harm them, but we should also assist them when we interfere with their habitat.
And also, I'm just wondering about this example, I feel slightly uncomfortable because we're kind of actually talking about domestication, which actually we're causing. It's not like kind of dogs or cats, which kind of, have.
It's not even domestication. It's,
but that's what
it's
I'm
captivity.
saying. The captivity
sure.
basically equal almost like my understanding relations, and
Yes.
kind of I feel very uncomfortable about it.
Yeah, I would absolutely
just
share.
imprison somebody
Yes.
in order to feel
yes.
responsibility
Yes.
towards them. And
Exactly.
kind of, so
Yes.
does it work here kind of with the same, like with the cat I understand, with the chimp I'm a little bit.
Yes, I totally.
Doesn't make kind of the case stronger, kind of.
Yeah, I think
basis of
so.
activity.
I think there is an element of similarity because, in a sense, you could, as for example, Nybert does, question domestication itself. And so the idea would be, well, for those who now we have as domestic animals, we have to look after them. And the same thing is here. But yes, I was thinking the same when I was reading this. Okay. So these are the two main grounds for moral concern. So we have capacities on the one hand, and my view is cognitive abilities are irrelevant for moral status. We have relations on the other. I think relations are relevant for moral status. And then there is a third ground for moral concern that is the category of being human. And this is particularly emphasized by the Wittgenstein, Cora Diamond, and Alice Perry. So for the Wittgensteinian, our moral obligations towards one another do not depend on any characteristics possessed by individual animals or humans, or on our relations to them, but rather derive from participating in a human way of living. For Diamond, being human is a morally relevant category which is not grounded in biology. It is not a matter of species membership, but rather of the imagination. We have an image of what it is to lead a human life, and this image is and should be for her the ground for moral evaluation. Our relations to one another are based on this imaginative sense of having a human life to lead. I think this is quite difficult to grasp, but I'll give you an example that might help to understand it. For example, in Diamond's view, this idea that it is important to have an idea of what it is to have a human life to lead makes sense of the fact that we become morally outraged when we see someone being made fun of, even if the person who is made fun of has no understanding of what is going on. Because obviously here, there is no capacity at work. Okay, so it is obviously something to do, this moral outrage can only be understood in terms of an affront to human dignity. And this concept of human dignity obviously derives from knowing what it is that matters in terms of having a human life. Diamond is willing to extend our moral consideration to animals, appealing to the web of relationships of human beings with one another and with other animals. However, for her, our moral consideration of animals is always an extension of our response to other human beings and requires an imaginative leap. Quoting her, the response to animals as our fellows in mortality, in life on this earth, depends on a conception of human life. It is an extension of a non-biological notion of what human life is. So, by emphasizing the primacy of our relations to other animals in the context of our practices, Diamond derives our moral obligation to other animals as an extension of the moral consideration we have of other human beings in virtue of being human, of knowing what it means to lead a human life. The problem I have with this is why this idea that our response always has to be an extension. Why can it not be direct? So why does it have to derive from having an image of a human life to lead and projecting this image onto non-human animals? Maybe it is, in some cases, for some people who are removed from other creatures. Sorry. Of course, I get but for anyone who has had access to non-human animals, there is an immediate recognition of the other as other and at the same time as a locus of sentence. So this is somewhere where I have disagreement with Laura Diamond. So quoting her again, she says, images of fellow creatures are naturally much less compelling ones than images of our fellow human beings can be. Again, I see a problem with this. Why should these images be much less compelling? Are they really? Why naturally? And for whom are they so? I'm sure that for nobody in this room, this is the case. Okay, so the second Wittgensteinian philosopher that May talks about is Alice Perry, and she takes a lot from Diamond, including this idea of the importance of having an image of what it means to have a human life to lead. And quoting her, she says, there is a straightforward sense in which the recognition that a creature is a human being or an animal is by itself morally significant. So for Diamond, being human is a morally significant category in itself. For Alice Perry, being an animal is a morally significant category. So you do not look at a creature and see if they have certain capacities, if they tick the boxes, then they are morally significant. No, just because they are an animal, they are already morally significant. So, and also she says, our ability to identify human beings' qualities of mind depends on our already having a certain ethical orientation towards her. This means that when we interact with another human being, our ethical concern is already part of our recognition of her being human in a pre-reflective manner. So you don't see someone as a neutral container and then you add the ethical orientation on top of it. It is part already of your notion of that other being when you encounter them. So this ethical orientation, for example, allows us to recognize aspects of the others to which we would otherwise be blind. For example, we can at least sometimes directly take in that another human being or an animal is in pain. When we think or talk about pain, we do so in terms of categories which are, and I quote, normatively non-neutral, in the sense that the idea of the appropriateness of particular modes of response is internal to them. So when you perceive another being in pain, you do so directly, first of all, and perceiving pain is a non-neutral category from a moral standpoint, because there is already a sense of what the appropriate response to that should be. And in fact, Crary talks about Wittgenstein here, who describes what it is to relate to another as minded, so as having a mind, as a matter of having not some opinion or belief, but rather a certain attitude, what he calls an attitude towards a soul. Obviously here soul doesn't have a religious meaning, but simply the idea of relating to the other as someone who matters morally. So in relation to animals, this means that it is our recognition of them as beings capable of flourishing that allows us to make sense of their behavioral expressions and grounds our relationship with them. Thus, in contrast with the moral individualist, her claim is that animals as such are worthy of respect and attention. So this category of animality, of being an animal, plays for Alice Crary the same role as being human does for Diamond. Namely, it is a morally significant category per se. So Todd May then proceeds to criticize both Diamond and Crary. And the first difficulty that he identifies is what he calls the instability of the notion of kind. He asks, what is the kind which is worthy of particular concern? That of dogs, the broader one of pets, or the general kind of animals? However, this criticism may apply to Cora Diamond, but not to Alice Crary, because we've just seen that for her, animality is a morally significant category. The second aspect that he identifies is that as empirical investigation increasingly reveals complexity in the lives of non-human animals, these discovered capacities should become grounds for concern as capacity-based reasons. So the more we know about animals, the more we should question the practices regarding them. I would contend that while the discovery of complexity may motivate a change in people's ethical orientation towards animals, however, it does not qualify as a moral reason. Okay, so cognitive abilities are not relevant. And the third aspect that may criticize is the fact that both Diamond's and Crary's views seem to entail that what different kinds of animals deserve is based on our current practices and engagement with them. Yet we cannot use these very practices as the source of our moral obligation towards animals. In fact, such necessity ultimately involves changing the way we see animals and pre-reflectively engage with them. And I think here it's right, there is a need to move away from current practices, but I am not sure that Crary in particular doesn't have the resources to account for that.
Can you explain what you mean by pre-reflexively engage with them?
Okay. Yeah, so it's a good question. But what I mean here is when you encounter them and perceive them before applying any rational judgment, if that makes sense. So my own view on Diamond and Crary, I think that they're both right in rejecting capacity as grounds for moral concern. So they don't want to see the other, human or animal, as a neutral receptacle with just suffering the image as an extra add-on. However, I think that they're resorting to being human as a morally significant category is not necessary. I also think that both Diamond and Crary correctly identify the origin of our ethical response in our shared vulnerability and the recognition of the other as fellow creature. However, as I mentioned before, I think that this recognition can happen directly. It does not have to be always an extension or a derivation of having an image of a human life to lead and projecting this image onto non-human animals. And now I will try to give an account of this non-mediated connection between ethical orientation and the recognition of sentience, based on a definition of sentience not in terms of a capacity, but as shared vulnerability and finitude, and also a certain approach to empathy. So first of all, sentience revisited. So I think that beings are morally significant in virtue of their shared vulnerability, their ability to have positive and negative experiences, their having a life that can go bad or well for them. In fact, sentience, in accordance with several philosophers, including Heidegger and Derrida, can be seen as a passivity, a vulnerability, rather than a capacity. I call it a model being, if it makes any sense. If being sentient is sufficient for moral status, capacity-based reasons are reduced to the recognition of this model being in another. And it is only to those beings who are recognized as sentient that we can apply also the relationship-based reasons. Even though implicitly, this is also acknowledged by those who reject the capacity-based approach. What many do not accept is that sentience is in itself sufficient for moral consideration. For Diamond, for instance, the felt visceral recognition of the shared finitude, vulnerability, and suffering of our fellow creatures is and should be at the heart of our response to them. Now, R&D is a model being that distinguishes animals from plants and inanimate objects. So the very fact that she chooses to concentrate exclusively on other animals rather than, say, living beings in general, shows that she is using sentience as an implicit criterion for carving out those beings who are worth a moral response from those who may not be. So even though she never makes the explicit reference to sentience, I think she is actually taking it into account. So I think for this reason that the use of the term capacity is misleading when referring to sentience, and it is better conceived as a model being. And from now on, I will refer to sentience as having this meaning. So the second aspect is that of the empathetic response. And in particular, there is an approach to the empathetic response held by a woman philosopher called Corinne Painter, who is in the phenomenological area of philosophy. And for her, empathy is the acknowledgement of another consciousness based on the theories of another two philosophers, Husserl and Edith Stein. And I thought that this approach is compatible with and also provides substance to that concept of appropriate ethical orientation that I mentioned earlier. So she starts with this idea of animals by Husserl as soul-bearing, embodied, moving, sensing, psychic, intentional, and conscious beings who relate to the world in a meaningful way. And I'm sure that as you read this, for you this makes perfect sense, and it is the way we all see animals. However, this is not the way animals are being traditionally seen in philosophy. Mostly they are Cartesian machines, just mechanisms with not even feelings or sensations. And the personalistic attitude, again, this is another concept by Husserl, is the way in which we live with one another or are related to one another in love and aversion, in disposition and action. And this personalistic attitude, according to Painter, is a pre-reflective way in which beings experience their environment and establish relationships based on concern and care. It is the basic, original attitude upon which all abstract reflection is grounded. And according to Painter, it is shared by non-human animals, as it is hard to conceive how the objects of an animal's environment may not be meaningful to the animal. And also, secondly, it allows acts of mutual understanding. And on the basis of these two views of animals and the personalistic attitude, which is shared by non-human animals, Painter goes on to say that the foundation of moral subjectivity is in our animal nature. And in support of her argument that our animal nature is the foundation of moral subjectivity, she turns then to an approach to the understanding of empathy that was put forward by a philosopher called Edith Stein. And the question that arises from Painter is, how do we know that we are in the presence of another consciousness? And here there is one theory which is called the inferential analogical theory, whereby you know that you have consciousness, other beings look similar enough to you, so you infer from analogy that they may have consciousness too. However, this account does not seem to stand to scrutiny. For example, there is a philosopher called Dan Zahavi who says, even in my experience of myself, I never infer the existence of my body from my psyche or vice versa. I rather experience a unified whole from the start. And so this is true also for others. So Painter proposes an alternative to the inferential analogical theory. So the key that allows access to another psychic life is empathy, which constitutes a fundamental mode of intersubjective cross-species relation. Empathy, according to her, is the basis for all intersubjective experiences. Far from being irrational, it is a form of knowledge of foreign consciousness, including that of non-human animals. For Painter, empathy, which can only occur between beings with the psychic lives of sentient beings, determines which beings should be included in justice. As empathizing agents, when we open to the reality of others with their needs and desires, we cannot treat them anymore as mere things, in a personal sense, even before the moral sense. As empathic patients, animals become subjects of moral concern. Moral subjectivity, therefore, lies in animal consciousness, in empathic patience, being a patient, rather than in human consciousness or empathic agency. The other that I access as a psychic being makes moral demands on me. So, I just, sure.
I just need more time and more clear.
Sorry?
There is so much in
I know. I'm almost finished.
No. I just want to kind of, maybe later we can come back to
Sure.
empathy and kind of reflexive sort of a perception, and yet I kind of.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Will do. So here I just wanted to make a parallel between the empathetic response in Korean Painter that we've just seen and what Alice Clary called the ethical orientation. And I find that there is a lot in common between the two. Painter says there is an appropriate affective response to another consciousness, and this is empathy. Okay? So when I am faced with another being who is sentient, my appropriate reasonable response to that being is with empathy. And Clary says our perception of other humans and animals is affected, imbued with value from the start. Painter says that empathy is a form of knowledge. It helps seeing aspects of the other which we would not see otherwise. And similarly, Clary says it allows us to illuminate aspects of the others to which we would otherwise be blind. So I thought that was interesting. So affective perception, so perception of the other already with value, and empathy, both are a form of knowledge of the other.
How is the kind of, you're saying a lot that empathy is grounded in the animal nature and the affective. Where are they getting that idea from exactly? Is it because it's a kind of pre-vocal kind of
Pre-language, reflective, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. This is my own attempt of closing the gap between the moral individualists on the one hand, Singer and Reagan, for example, and Wittgenstein's like Dan and Clary. So Singer and Reagan reject the need for emotional involvement in our ethical response, yet they both acknowledge that the animal makes a moral claim on me in virtue of their suffering. And they therefore say there is an appropriate moral response to the suffering of the other. On the other hand, we have a certain ethical orientation which precedes the attribution of capacities. So You relate to the other already as someone who has value. But Diamond says there is nothing in the suffering of the other per se to which we ought to respond. But we do rightly respond to the shared vulnerability, finitude, etc. of fellow creatures. So I think that both sides are perpetuating from opposite directions a dichotomy between feeling and reason that needs overcoming. Singer and Reagan are preoccupied with giving animal ethics a rational foundation, which is immune to the accusations of sentimentalism. Diamond, on her part, wants to emphasize that there are no capacities that we ought to respond to in an ethical manner. Suffering itself has no moral pull on us. But both camps may be missing something important, whose recognition might render their positions closer than they would be prepared to admit. Namely, that sentience, defined broadly as a vulnerability, passivity, an openness to the possibility of both positive experiences and suffering during this finite embodied life, is not so much a capacity, but an essential mode of being that calls the ethical orientation, the ethical response. And the recognition of this shared mode of being in others calls for an appropriate response, which is one of concern, or loving attention, which, as both Painter and Crary suggest, using different terms, allows us to access and illuminate aspects of the other to which we would otherwise remain blind. So this is a modified version of the distinction between moral reason, that reasons that Tolkien offered. So my view is that we don't need capacity-based reasons. We can reduce them to sentient-based reasons. And then on top of those, we have the relations-based reasons. So there are degrees of empathetic response or ethical orientation depending on our relationships. At the same time, one also needs to recognize that those we do not have relationships with may still make moral demands on us, simply in virtue of their sentience as a model being. And I think, yeah. So here I've identified some problems that are still open in my attempt of giving an account. So for Singer and Reagan on the one hand, they don't care about dignity or how we should relate to a dead animal, while Diamond and Crary do, and they are capable of giving an account for this, the fact that we have concern for the dignity of an animal and for the corpse of an animal. So these are open problems that I identified in my own account. And also one thing that I'm starting to think about is if certain ethical orientation is the appropriate response to another, one can consider lack of this response as a defect of character. Obviously, though, this wouldn't have to be seen as an individual prejudice because it's obviously implicated through socialization. So there are a lot of factors at play here. So this is all. Thank you very much. I hope you have some questions for me.
Okay, people, welcome to this VIP event, and featuring Matthew Cole and Kate Stewart. Kate is going to give us a presentation, and then it's going to be followed by a Q&A. We're here to talk about their new book, Our Children and Other Animals, The Cultural Construction of Human-Animal Relations in Childhood. So obviously we're into sociology here. Kate is a medical sociologist working at Nottingham University in Britain, and Matthew works at the Open University. Their focus is the cultural transmission of social values, and they have been researching the subject of socialization and children for a number of years. You can find them in an AR Zone podcast from September 2013 and a recent podcast that they did with me, which goes under the name of On Human Non-Human Relations or On Human Relations with Other Sentient Beings. Okay, Kate, thanks very much for doing this for us and taking it away.
All right. You were cutting in and out a little bit there, so I'm just going to check that you can hear us all right still.
Yeah, it's good. Yes, good. Yes.
Okay, we're going a bit Norman Collier here and there, so hopefully we sound clear enough to you.
Yeah, well, there's a cultural reference that no one besides me will get.
It's flown straight over most people's heads, probably. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting us to talk about the book again. I'll talk through some of the key things that we cover in the book, just give you an overview of what we talk about and our approach to thinking about these different examples that we'll talk to you about this evening. So the book as a whole then focuses on the socialisation of the human use of other animals. So not only as resources of food, but resources for food, but also as resources for clothing, sport, entertainment, scientific research, and so on and so forth. Specifically, we're looking, of course, at the context of childhood, and we're specifically looking at the contemporary West as well. And I suppose the key question in the work that we've been doing over the last few years is how is it that most of us are brought up to accept and reproduce these uses of other animals? So the book then focuses on the socialisation, as I say, of the human use of other animals. We're doing this by looking at the interconnection of dominant practices and dominant representations, and how children, not only how children are important, how animals are important in children's lives, but also how children are important in other animals' lives, in their lives, and particularly their deaths as well. So we do this firstly by looking at some dominant practices through which children encounter other animals, the feeding of animals, animal foods in infancy, selective exposure of children to so-called pets, so-called zoo animals. And secondly, we look at an analysis of dominant representations of other animals in children's culture, in literature, film, toys, games, clothing, and so on. And on this slide that you're seeing here at the moment, we've got a few examples of the kinds of things that we looked at in our work for the book. We look at toys and play. You've got the floor plan of Hamley's toy shop there. I'll come back to Hamley's in a little bit. Pets and pet clothing and the parallels between that and children's clothing as well. Educational initiatives such as the raising of animals by schools for slaughter and consumption. The picture that you have here is of the sheep that was bought and raised by a primary school called Lid Primary School in the UK. Fast food tie-ins, which is where our interest in this area really began. That was kind of what sparked off all of this. And some of you maybe have read our paper before that we wrote about fast food tie-ins. Healthy eating advice that communicates that animal products are necessary in children's diets. This example that's in the middle here is from a government-sponsored website which teaches children about healthy eating, about how to put together a healthy, balanced packed lunch. And when we looked at this, we tried to make a vegan packed lunch on this, and it was actually possible to do it because you could have hummus as a sandwich filling in your packed lunch. But when you got to the end of it, this warning came up. I don't know if you can read it on the screen there. What it says at the bottom, you've not got any cheese or yogurt in your lunchbox. Remember to add some next time. So how things like that, how those sorts of resources reinforce the necessity for animal products in the diet. And then also we looked at the little screen grab that's down the bottom there, the structuring of the appropriate use of different kinds of dead non-human animals for use in school science, in educational guidelines, which is what that's a grab of there. So as I say, by doing this, we're arguing not only for the sociological importance of other animals in children's lives, animals are everywhere, but to a very great extent hidden in plain sight from the perspective of mainstream studies of childhood, but also, as I said, the importance of children's socialisation in other animals' lives and deaths. And on that first point, that hidden in plain sight point, I don't know if any of you have seen today the BMJ paper that seems to have been quite popular. BMJ always, British Medical Journal, always around about Christmas time, publishes some kind of quirky research, some sort of light-hearted stuff. Of one today has been about children's films and the death toll, basically, in children's animated films as compared to adult films. Goes through the entire paper, barely mentioning that most of these deaths that occur in these are of representations of non-human animals. But that's just as an aside, if any of you have seen that story today. So in this book then, I'll talk you through how we went about this analysis that we did. We applied this conceptual map of practices and representations, which again some of you may have seen before, or may have seen an earlier version of that we published with before. So these are the practices and representations that construct the meanings that we attach to other animals and our experiences of them in our culture. And these practices and representations therefore also profoundly shape the life and death experiences of those animals, depending on how we as humans position them according to these concepts on this map. And this map helps us think through how different practices, different representations can shift and interact in different contexts. When we first worked with and developed this conceptual map, we did it with a kind of a compass in the middle, and I think the helpfulness of thinking of it in that way is not, we're not focusing necessarily on the positions of these bubbles that are around this map here. They're not fixed positions. We're focusing on the pull of these different axes. And in terms of what those axes represent here, along that equatorial line there, we're referring to the extent to which we construct other animals as exploitable objects or as autonomous subjects or agents, perhaps. That other line, the other axis there, the meridian, the extent to which different types of animals are sensible, that is, visible, audible, etc. In our culture. In earlier versions of this, we talked about visibility and non-visibility, but we've opened that out now because it isn't just about whether we hear or not, whether we see or not, it's about whether we also hear, whether we smell. All of our senses are involved in our awareness of how other animals are being used and represented. So we talk about sensibility and non-sensibility now. And the basic theme here is that we tend to encourage attention and affection on those who need it the least, the relatively protected companion animals or cultural representations of animals, or the body parts of dead animals, and not those who need it the most, those who are exploited or exterminated in like, if you like, the southeasterly zone of this map. And to illustrate this with an example, it comes up with the next one. To put this a little bit more simply before we put the example on there, broadly speaking, these tensions across these two axes give us four zones, roughly speaking. The relatively privileged, but by no means unproblematic, northwest area, affording most subjectivity and sensibility. The southwest region, occupied by comparatively free-living or wild animals. The northeasterly zone of products of our dominant practices, and in the southeast death zone, if you like, where non-humans become those objects or are removed from our worlds, such as vermin, I guess, and vivisected animals down there. So hopefully here comes the example of this. So if we think about rabbits, who are ambivalently, problematically positioned in our culture. Here they come. This shows that these meanings and experiences are constructed, they're artificial. They're not natural consequences of anything to do with either, with the rabbits. The rabbits themselves don't identify themselves in these terms at all. They're all to do with how we use and think about rabbit according to these different axes. So at the core of a lot of the work that we've been doing is this conceptually, these different elements. We also, in the book, discuss the ways in which the experiences of children and non-humans were intertwined with the social and spatial reorganisation that accompanied urbanisation and industrialisation. So the physical and conceptual movement of both children and non-human animals, and both of these linked to concerns that were couched as moral or public health concerns. So here the importance of place and space, as well as how we represent and think about other animals and children, where we place them as well, where the appropriate place for both children and for non-human animals are, and for the appropriate places for the interactions of those two groups as well. So these pictures that you see along the bottom here, during that period of rapid urbanisation and industrialisation, the removal of children from the so-called inappropriate workspace to the appropriate school space, and similarly the removal of non-human animals from urban livestock markets, shambles, places of slaughter in the city centre, to appropriate places for non-human animals to be seen and encountered, such as city zoos, which flourished all around about the same time. And what we argue in the book is that these processes and how we shifted conceptually and spatially what we saw as appropriate for children and what we saw as appropriate in terms of non-human animals are entirely interlinked, they're entwined. And this quote from an article written, I think for Strand magazine by Charles Dickens, we think kind of illustrates this very much. You shall see the little children inured to the sights of brutality from their birth, trotting along the alleys, mingled with troops of horribly busy pigs, up to their ankles in blood, but it makes the young rascals hardy. Into the imperfect sewers of this overgrown city, you shall have the immense mass of corruption engendered by these practices, lazily thrown out of sight, to rise in poisonous gases into your house at night, when your sleeping children will most readily absorb them. And very much when we looked at this, when we found this little extract here, this notion of poisonous gases being readily absorbed by your children, certainly struck a chord in terms of perhaps how we think some of these representations and practices get to work on children in contemporary society. So we set that scene really with both our kind of theoretical approach, that conceptual map, and this historical perspective. We set the scene in the first part of this, in the first part of our book, covering those issues. In the second, in the middle part of the book, we have a look at different socialisation sites, and I'm going to talk you through some of the examples of some of the material we looked at from each of these four sites. So we looked at family practices, so things to do with clothing and food. We looked at mass media, so representations in films aimed at children, cutie magazines, which is what the picture on the right there is, that cultivate affection for certain kinds of animals. Formal educational resources, I'm going to come and talk to this educational resource farmland, which is depicted at the bottom in a second. I'll talk about that a little bit more. And we also looked at digital media as well, so games like the farming games that you get on Facebook, those sorts of things. So the first of these sites then is the family and the practices that are most closely associated with the family. And as I mentioned earlier on, we had a look at Hamleys. This is the floor plan of Hamleys toy shop in London. And this illustrated a lot of these things really well. We talk about Hamleys for quite a while in the book. Excuse me. So part of the achievement of the socialisation process is to associate effective attention towards other animals with human infancy. And as children age, affectivity is progressively attenuated and gives way to the inculcation of instrumental rational action. So what we see in terms of the kind of ageing that's represented by the rising through the floors of Hamleys is that you start on the bottom floor with cuddly toys for infants, and they gradually give way to representations of animals that are progressively more realistic in terms of how they look, but they become less, there becomes much less affectivity involved in those representations. Instead, the non-human animals represented on the higher levels of the store for the older children are manipulable objects that are there to be posed in their appropriate locations, especially farms. And as you'll see here, this is a picture of a livestock transporter that you can buy, a toy livestock transporter that you can buy at Hamleys. So they almost become, the non-human animals there almost become props in order to play with the settings rather than these much more kind of subjects, focuses of affection that the cuddly toys are on the ground floor. If you go up a flight again, children can consume animal products in the form of milkshakes, in milk chocolate, gelatin, sweets. So literally, as you rise to the very top of the floor, that consumption becomes real rather than just represented or figurative. So Hamleys and many other examples like this also alert us to the instrumentalisation of children's affection for other animals. Commodified representations of animals and not real animals are highly visible lightning rods for children's affectivity. And the denial of exploitation that's facilitated by these representations is extremely profitable for both the culture industries that produce them and for the more directly exploitative industries that they so often associate with. We also looked in this chapter on the family at children's food and children's clothing as well, and how from the very first food that's produced by anyone other than a baby's own mother aimed at children, we see the kinds of imagery that we identify elsewhere coming through and starting. So, as in this example here, we see affectivity emphasised through the use of love hearts and cute animal imagery. All of the infant formula milks that are available in the UK, as part of their packaging, will contain imagery either with a love heart or with a picture of a cute animal, or, as in this example here, both of those. They're ubiquitous on all of these, as I say, all of these formula products. And then as we move along, as children get a little bit older and we're starting to introduce jar baby foods, when you look at how imagery is presented on those, again as this example here, we see an emphasis of the animal product element of the supposed meal that the jar contains, that the name of the product aligns with a normal, a mainstream adult meal. And these are foods that actually the content of a food baby jar is a jar of baby food, is primarily rice and vegetables, and rightly so. A weaning child's digestion wouldn't be able to eat terribly, process terribly much else other than rice and vegetables at that age. They're introducing, these meals are introducing tiny bits of animal product. So there is beef in this cottage pie, but only a teeny tiny bit. But the imagery and the discourse of a meal based around an animal product is being brought in at this very young age, along with all of this very much gendered imagery about affectivity. Mum's own cottage pie is what's on offer here. Actually, no, this is a factory's mush of rice and vegetables. That's what's in the jar, accurately. So it's bringing in representations of something that aligns with these mainstream practices that rely on the use of non-human animals as food. So we also look at clothing, a couple of pictures for you here on this slide about clothing as well. And here we see the intersection of age, of gender and of species going on all at once. So for young girls' clothing, we see imagery very much associated with the cottage garden, pastel colours, rabbits, butterflies, all of these kinds of things. Clothing for younger boys has bold colours, has animals non-human animals we'd normally think of in terms of being wild animals. So just blowing his nose there. And as both of these groups age, as both boys and girls age, we see fewer and fewer non-human animals represented on the clothing, especially for boys. Again, signalling, identifying this socialisation process that we see reinforced in other representations elsewhere, that we associate a normal growing up with a moving away from these very strong affective connections with non-human animals. And you see that represented very strongly as you look at how a clothing catalogue ages. So we see both gender and age moved forward in how other animals are represented on children's clothing. So taken together then, our analysis of the family as a site of socialisation focuses on the initial cultivation of the value of expressing affection for others through pets, through soft toys, all the while inculcating practices that depend on violence, on eating animals. So where we're seeing representations and practices very much above that equatorial line there, but what we're also identifying is a spatial reorganisation that we trace back through that historical process, as I said. So the domestic space is constructed as a secure refuge from non-human animal threats that dispute the human privilege of positioning other animals. So, for example, Matthew put this slide together and went a bit wild on the PowerPoint animation. So we've got foxes flying all over there. It is magnificent. It's looking a bit aghast. I think it's a magnificent slide. There we go. Anyway, so this example of the demonised urban fox who invades from her or his proper location, which should be in that southwest region, attacks human infants, threatens the human family space, threatens and attacks companion animals who are thought to belong, like that little kitty there, in the human space. Even exploited pseudo-pets like backyard chickens as well. So space a very important feature in all of this as well. Second area that we look at, mass media, killing and cutification. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the area really where our academic interest in this first started to develop, we first started to work on. So we look at films and cutie magazines in the chapter in the book specifically. The Lion King we don't talk about so much in the book, but I'm going to mention it here because it's probably one of the key original inspirations, I suppose, for this book. And if Matthew wasn't feeling so grotty, he would now probably hold forth for about 10 minutes on all the things he hated about the Lion King. Do you want to talk about the Lion King, Matthew? And it'll probably make you feel better.
Yeah, I can't resist this one. As Kate said, this was one of the first things that got us thinking about the stuff that ended up in the book. And in the book itself, we talk more about Puss in Boots, which came out 3 years ago. But a lot of the themes came from us thinking about the Lion King. So I saw it at the cinema when it came out 20 years ago. Now, reminiscing nostalgically about when I saw the Lion King in cinema and how much it affected me at that point as something, something ideological was going on there. And this is before, I might have just started studying sociology at that point, but I wasn't a sociologist or anything. I didn't have the conceptual tools to articulate what I was feeling, but I knew something was going wrong there. So when we came back to this topic all those years later, was it 15 years after that or something, when we started working on these ideas, I finally got my chance to have my revenge, my intellectual revenge on the Lion King. So I gleefully wrote about it in that paper from 2009. So some of the things that we thought were going wrong with it, Elton John is certainly responsible. Well, he's my lyrics, doesn't he? But anyway, he sang the song Circle of Life, and the whole idea of the Circle of Life I thought was just a justification for eating meat, really. So it's a way of smoothing over this uncomfortable truth that lions eat other animals for the children in the audience to make that seem okay and non-threatening. But more than that, we thought this was also about making eating animals seem normal and natural for the children themselves when they're going to have their, Happy Meal tie-in burger after they've seen the film. And then there are a number of other things going on in the film that sort of fitted in with that way of looking at it, we thought. So, for instance, all the herbivorous or vegan animals, if you like, who are in the film are silenced. They don't have their own voices. They don't become characters in the same way as the carnivores, especially the lions, of course. And the actual processes of killing animals and eating meat aren't shown on the screen. It all takes place off stage, as it were. The only small reference to meat eating is when the hyenas are depicted. Well, again, this happens off stage, out of sight, but it's discussed that they're going to be eating meat. And so there's this process of identification between the audience and the carnivorous animals that gets put in place within the film. So the vegan animals are, uninteresting. They're presented as a mass, so you get a stampede of wildebeest, for example. So the outcome is that meat eating is seen as natural and just and normal and unproblematic and all that kind of thing. So, and we think this goes on in, certainly any of the Disney type films that we've watched that have animal characters, and of course there is a huge amount of them. So as I say, in the book itself, we look at Puss in Boots in a similar light and critique that in a lot of detail.
So you're returning to your sick bank now. Is there anybody who wants to talk about animal cutie magazines as well?
Well, okay. Guilt tripping me. Excuse me. So this in this chapter where we focus on mass media, sort of half of it is looking at the Puss in Boots in particular and films in general, and the other half is looking at this genre of magazines that we call cutie magazines. I don't know if you have something similar in Ireland, or maybe even these titles might be available, I don't know. But in the UK, there are 4 of them that we found that are very, very similar, and they're called all about animals, animals and you, animal cuties, and animal friends. And they're all targeted at pre-teenage girls, very, very firmly not targeted at boys from the excuse me, imagery and so forth. And they all share a number of things in common, which we've tried to sum up in these bullet points on the slide. So there's a lot of anthropomorphism, so a lot of the animals have kind of speech bubbles and they're saying things to the reader. There's a lot of infantilism. By that we mean the animals, nearly all the animals in the magazines are baby animals, infant animals. And there are these common motifs of sugar and hearts and flowers, this sort of girly, stereotypically girly imagery. So what we're arguing is that, taken as a whole, these magazines reinforce this idea of cuteness, both through representations and also through practices. And to illustrate that, we've got a few quotes from some of the magazines here. So there's one feature that says, who wouldn't want one of these super cuties as a pet? They're gorgeous. So that goes next to some photos of some infant animals. So it's inviting the girl readers to participate in that practice of pet keeping. And then secondly, draw a cute picture or send in photos of your gorgeous pets. So inviting girls to participate in transforming other animals into representations, cute representations. Then finally, this cutie kitten wants someone to tickle its tummy. So with those kinds of examples, the animals themselves are kind of made complicit with this process and presented in such a way as to make it seem perfectly natural that pet keeping is the natural order of things, if you like, and that's what one should do with these types of other animals. So in terms of our conceptual map, the attention of the reader is directed to these safe zones conceptually. It's focused on, or as we've summed it up with this alliteration, kittens, cartoons, cupcakes and conservation. So you can see it. Again. So you can see that being summed up on this slide here. So the animals in these different zones are kind of drawn together in these magazines, and at the same time the products of objectification, of exploitation are also made highly visible. So we've used a cupcake with the love hearts on it to represent that. Because another common feature of the magazines is that they have recipes for cakes and biscuits, sugary foods, and these ubiquitously include animal products, of course, hen's eggs and cow's milk and so forth, gelatin in sweets. Though some of the magazines have free packets of sweets, which include gelatin given away, stuck to the front cover, that kind of thing. That's a snow leopard in the bottom left, coming up from the sort of southwestern corner. One of the magazines featured a flyer, an insert for the World Wildlife Fund. It's an appeal for the Amur leopard. I noticed there's also been TV adverts recently about this same appeal, asking for people to donate for conservation, of course. And the incentive for supporting the effort is you get a free cuddly toy. You get a free cuddly snow leopard, who actually looks very, very similar to this one in the picture. So again, it's the cuddly infant version that is the version that hooks in people's sympathy, because that's what they've been accustomed to through all this other stuff that's been going on in these magazines, in the Disney films, in children's clothing, and so forth, and also in schools, which occasionally.
Oh, nice. Nice link, Matthew. So yeah, he's just going to hook himself back up to his drip now. I'm going to talk to you a little bit then about the next chapter, where we talk about education. Perhaps somewhere one might hope to find a more sober account of human non-human relations. But in fact, the educational materials that we looked at recalls and reinforces the lessons that children have learned so far in the home and the mass media. And nudge children, provide another way in which children are nudged towards acceptance of exploitative practices. And one of the examples that we look at in the book is this game and set of resources called Farmland. It's an online video game which was developed by the European Commission, claims to educate children between the ages of 9 and 12, about animal welfare on a livestock farm. That's its stated purpose. And the website, when we first analysed the game, the website was translated into 9 European languages. It's been translated into many more since we first did our work on it. And it's produced with support from the Directorate General for Health and Consumers. There's a coupling of interests there, the Directorate General for Health and Consumers. So, the game and the information that comes along to support the game also has things like downloadable materials for school teachers and pupils to use as well. So there are lesson plans and the resource books and workbooks and so on. How the game works and how the resources work. First of all, there are a series of web pages that prepare children for playing the games in which they take charge of this virtual livestock farm. And this here is the page for laying hens, together with a picture of Berenice, who is the human who is in charge of the chicken run. I'm not going to dwell on it too much here, the imagery of the humans depicted, but please do note it as well. And in fact, when we first analysed this set of resources, Berenice was very scantily clad. She's covered up as more countries have become involved in farmland. She used to wear cut-off jeans, and she used to have a kind of tied white shirt, crop top as well. She's covered up much more now, but still there are some there's some really gendered imagery that runs through this. And there are similar pages that run through pigs, broiler chickens, dairy calves, dairy cows. And on all of these pages, the messages that come along in the text emphasise the food functions of the non-human animals, that's what these non-human animals are for, but also the necessary guardianship of them by the farmers, that's for the non-human animals' own good. And we've drawn out from each of the different pages here, we've drawn out some of the examples where we feel that those elements are emphasised in the text that comes along with the material. We also looked at, in terms of this notion of guardianship, care, and food being what these non-human animals are for, we also looked at schemes like the Living Egg hatchery programmes. I don't know if you're familiar with these, where schools can buy hatcheries with eggs in them a few days before the eggs are due to hatch. The hatchery is especially designed so that they have big viewing windows for the optimal viewing of the hatching eggs. And as you can see on this picture here, then the children can see the chicks hatch, and then after a couple of weeks, the chicks either remain the property of the schools and are raised on school premises, or are returned to an unknown fate, which all of these programmes are really quite vague about in the information they provide. They're returned to the hatchery company. And also, as I showed you the picture of earlier, these kind of care and kill school programmes where a non-human animal is raised on school premises and then sent for slaughter. And often in many of the examples that we looked at, the products are then raffled at the school summer fete, and so that children are encouraged to form a bond with these non-human animals, but it's with the purpose of showing them where their food comes from. There's never any questioning of, are these our food at all? There's never any acknowledgement that these children themselves might already be vegetarians or vegans. And actually these programmes don't show anything that children don't already know, that they're under the guise very often of showing children the full picture, of them knowing the full story about food production, but actually they cut out an awful lot of information, and they very specifically and very explicitly never reveal anything about that southeasterly killing zone in terms of our conceptual map. That's always kept away from the children in these programmes. So taken together, these kinds of educational experiences like living eggs and like farmland temporarily reposition other animals in the safer regions of our conceptual map, but the dominant exploitative practices go unchallenged and are in fact reinforced because any challenge to them, such as veganism, is largely absent from the socialisation process. So they disappear again into that southeasterly killing zone, and those products remain at the fore in terms of what is sensible. The final example that we're going to talk you through is these examples of digital games that feature other animals. Do you want to talk about these, Matthew, or are you feeling too grumpy? Oh, I'm going to be stoic and talk about it.
Yeah, this chapter, like the mass media one, there's kind of two things we focus on, one of which are sort of handheld console games like Nintendogs, that kind of thing, which we weren't going to talk about tonight, but the thing we were going to focus on is the other half of the chapter, which are these digital social media games like Family Farm, Farmville. There's lots and lots of them that are quite similar, which some of you have no doubt have come across. And we thought there's a few interesting things, well, terrible things going on in these games. One of which is that they have this appearance of re-enchanting, as we put it, re-enchanting human relations with other animals by, again, making use of this sort of cute anthropomorphized imagery. So everything looks very friendly and, mutually beneficial and that kind of stuff. But what's actually going on in these games, which anyone who's played them will know, of course, is that it's the instrumental use of other animals that's absolutely central to how they work. So if you can see the slogan on the left from Family Farm, it says, "Family Farm where friends become family," but we've added ... become money, because that's what's really going on. It's all about learning how to profit from other animals. So just some examples of how that happens. So these are screen grabs from Farmville 2. And all of these games, it's not just these farming games, it's now a very common model in the gaming industry, is that games are free to access, to download or to play online, but then they depend on people using real world money to purchase in-game rewards and you know, things that give you access to high levels and all that kind of thing. So that's how Farmville 2 works as well. So in this top left, we have this example, more hungry mouths to feed. Your herd is lovable, so that kind of cuteness comes through, but pricey. So with money you make from milk, you can afford to buy more animals. So it's a, you know, a very transparent celebration of the capitalist commodification of other animals. Reinvestment in the business means exploiting more animals. And in this second example, we get an intertextual link back to The Lion King, the cycle of farm life, which is very simple, it's the circle of life, of course. Crops and animals form a virtuous cycle that ends in coins. Let's go. So this is virtuous in the world of Farmville 2. You know, this is virtuous action, exploiting animals. And then this last example here, down at the bottom, we have an absolutely naked celebration of capitalism. Capitalism is king, they say, as it says at the end there. And another key feature of these games is that other animals, even though they're in this cute style, they are basically reduced to machines. So these screen grabs come from another one of these games called Family Farm. Excuse me. And you can, I hope you can see on your screen that a lot of these animals have got these sort of rictus grins on their faces. So they're shown as being perfectly content in their positions, but they absolutely stay in their positions. So in some of these games, the animals move around within confines of the ranch or the farm, but in Family Farm, they stay absolutely fixed in place. So you position them on your farm as the game player, and they stay there for all time unless you sell them. But they're perfectly content to do that. So without any kind of interaction with other animals, without their lives containing anything whatsoever other than eating the feeds that you provide for them in order to exploit their products. And the reason we put violence is invisible on the slide is because, well, it is invisible. So for example, in this bottom right picture, you have the sort of brownie coloured cow, and you see there's a little white kind of cube next to it. Now that's supposed to represent a packet of beef. So if you feed pasture within the game to this cow, these packets of beef appear next to the cow, out of, you know, just out of nowhere. And the cow just carries on munching away, you know, contented in the pasture. So it's meat without death. It's like an absolute, it's the fulfillment of the fantasy of this whole, you know, dreadful system. The violence is made completely invisible. And then the last slide on these games is the reinforcement of consuming animal products. So these are again from Family Farm. So hungry little Darryl there can already smell the salami and he's starving. So there are lots of kind of what do you call them, missions, I suppose, within the games where you have to produce certain products to get particular rewards. So in this case, you have to produce, in inverted commas, salami and sell it. So, but not only is consuming animals normalised, also we get this impossibility of. Oh,
no, what have you done? Right.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong thing.
I don't know what you've done. Let's go back. They can still see that slide.
Yeah.
But...
Okay, I'll carry on talking.
Yeah.
So you see in the other picture here, we have these different kinds of bread, and they're all made with eggs and milk. So within Family Farm, it's impossible to have such a thing as a vegan loaf of bread, which is, you know, really bizarre. So not only do they normalise eating other animals, but they also perpetuate this idea that being vegan is, you know, bizarre, weird, in fact, more than that, impossible. So I'll just pause there a while. Kate gets us back on track with our
Mm.
technology.
We might have to always through. Hang on, there we go. It's all right, we'll be there in a sec. It's that one?
Yeah.
There we go.
Right.
There we go.
Thanks.
All right.
So yeah, to sum up what's going on here, we have by transforming exploited animals into these cute representations, the focus is again elevated above this equatorial line, and also the products of exploitation themselves become highly visible, because by producing these commodities within the games, that's how you make profit, and that's how you expand your ranch and so forth and reinvest in the business.
Right. So in the final section of the book, so those examples come from that middle second section. In the third and final section of the book, we look at the destabilisation of the socialisation of these dominant human, non-human relations, and we look at vegan practices and representations. So these are practices and representations that aim for a reconstruction of children's relations with other animals, and include social support and advice for children and their carers. They include educational initiatives, supporting alternative mealtime practices, and vegan themed children's literature. And the latter in particular is a big focus of our analysis in this part of the book. So in different ways, books like this, and there's a couple of examples on this slide here, Vegan as Love and Stephen the Vegan, which you may be familiar with, probably at least in one of those. So books like these then, in different ways, help children to resist the mainstream socialisation process by treating other animals as sentient, as having rich emotional lives, as having social and family bonds, or as being wonderful, mysterious and beautiful fellow earthlings. And at the same time, they dethrone humans from their position of privilege in that northwest section of our map, if you like. They encourage humility, compassion and empathy among the readers. And the power of this work is perhaps summed up in the media controversy caused by the publication of Ruby Roth's Vegan is Love book that's on the slide there. And I think mentioned before the article on the Daily Mail that in horror proclaimed that a book like this could easily scare a young child into eating vegan. And some of the other examples that you see on here, we've got Animal Aid School Speaker Scheme, we've got the Vegan Society's old book on feeding vegan infants, information on alternative packed lunches, but also we focus very much on children's own agency, children's own ability to see through these practices and these representations. That very few of us were raised as vegans, that whether we see through these as children, as these two magnificent men in the middle of the slide here did, those are my sons, by the way, or whether we see through those representations later in life as adults, still we have the capacity to see through those things and reject them. So we conclude the book by addressing our shared responsibility to engage with alternative representations and practices, to refuse to perpetuate the great betrayal of children's capacity for empathy and love for other animals in this mainstream socialisation process. Vegan representation and practice can instead help children and eventually all of us direct our attention and care towards all of our fellow earthlings. And it can sometimes seem that these dominant practices and representations that we've given you a flavour of this evening conspire to construct a totalising, monolithic, invulnerable whole. And certainly there have been times when we've been doing this work where we've felt that and where we felt disheartened in that way. But ultimately we reject that, and ultimately we drew and continue to draw hope and strength from children's own capacities to assert their own ethics of resistance, as I say, either while still children or beyond childhood, like the many of us who likely grew up exposed to these representations and practices, but who questioned and ultimately rejected them. So we hope our work reminds us of how precarious these processes are, not how universal and monolithic they are, how delicate they are, how important their sociological deconstruction is to dismantling them, and last but not least, how our children, figuratively in our use of that phrase in our title, and literally on this slide, as I say, those are my children there, how our children themselves can and do see through these constructions and can and do reject them. So in that spirit, we're going to end this talk with a quotation from Donald Watson, who we all know, one of the founders of the Vegan Society and coiner of the word vegan in 1944. And in this quote, he reflects on witnessing the slaughter of a pig as a young boy. And he demonstrates what can be achieved by one child's contestation and refusal of this socialisation process. The thing that shocked me, along with the chief impact of the whole setup, was that my Uncle George, of whom I thought very highly, was part of the crew, and I suppose at that point I decided that farms and uncles had to be reassessed. They weren't all they seemed to be on the face of it, to a little hitherto uninformed boy. And it followed that this idyllic scene was nothing more than death row, a death row where every creature's days were numbered by the point at which it was no longer of service to human beings. And quite early in life, I came to the conclusion that if I was to report on man's progress, I had to settle for the comment beloved of school teachers, could do better. And from that, the Vegan Society was formed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so this is Roger Yates speaking to you. This is a podcast version of a lecture that I gave on the 15th of January 2014, part of the VIP Vegan Information Project mini course on social movements with case studies about animal advocacy. So this one really is about collective behavior, theories about social movements going back to the 1920s, right up to the 1960s, and a little bit beyond that to some degree. And it's going to take us up to something called resource mobilization. Now, the reason that I've done the podcast is that we didn't film it on the night because we knew that we wouldn't get through much of it. So this will be the complete thing which I was going to deliver. So those who attended can listen to this and then see the bits that are missing, as it were. I also referenced a reading list on the night, and so I'll fill the gaps in with that. On this particular film, I'll take a shot of each slide and then place it on the film at the appropriate time, so you'll be able to follow it along by just watching the film. And so that means that you wouldn't have to look at the separate PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so we start with the issue of collective behavior, and there's a correction from the, oh yeah, I should also say two things. One is that this is a follow-on from the opening statement about social movement theory, which is on YouTube. You'll be able to find that on the Vegan Information Project channel, or just put Vegan Information Project in the YouTube search. Also the VIP website. So it's a follow-on for that. The second one is that there's 4 cats at the moment running around this house, so if there's a bit of disruption on the audio, then it'll be down to them. I've got Tidge right by my feet right now, in fact. Oh, Tidge. So there might be a little bit of disruption, but we'll we'll carry on. Now, in the opening statement about social movements, I did talk about collective action, which was a mistake. I should have been talking about collective behavior. So that's just a slight correction on that. Okay, so we start off with a theorist called Elton Mayo, talking in the 1920s and 30s. And he says that any aspiration for a radically different order were seen as the irrational fantasies of discontented individuals and outbursts of irrational sentiment. So we really are starting again at these very negative views of social movements. He reports that Bolshevism, fascism, socialism were dreams and reveries created by the monotony of industrial labor. So this is kind of industrial sociology. The solution lay in counseling and social support to help the so-called afflicted. Now, theoretically, Mayo assumes that his present society was basically okay. And so this is a functionalist view of society. The needs of society, speaking generally, are met. So in this model, society has built-in mechanisms to bring it back into a sense of equilibrium. So discontent, when it existed in society, was understood on an individual level and also as a form of social pathology. So this represents a response to social movements as such, as a refusal to engage with them on their own terms. In other words, the pathological assumption was imposed from the outside. Now, I always tell my students in sociology in general that social movement theorists and theorists in general are products of their time. And so this guy is writing in the 1930s, 1940s, and the legacy of the 1930s were a response to extreme circumstances. In other words, the legacy of the 1930s with the rise of Hitler, etc., was hostile towards the idea of mass movements or the issue of mass. And you can see some of that actually by looking at Century of the Self on YouTube. Freeman and Johnson and their book, just looking it up here, is called Waves of Protest, Social Movements Since the 1960s. But the title itself is quite good, from 1999. Talks about the issue of waves of protest, and they characterize pre-war movements as extremist in nature, and because of that view of them, that shaped the analysis of them. So, as I said then, in sociology, the main body of Western social theory in the 1940s, 1950s endorsed the structural functional or the structural functionist type of analysis, which suggested essentially that under normal circumstances, society handles its problems and tasks through a framework of institutions which represent a stable social order. In this system, channels of communication are organized and formalized. The system, therefore, can, by and large, resolve its own problems. The system has mechanisms and devices for problem solving, mainly political parties and the government. And of course, we still get that issue of if you have a grievance, write to your MP or write to your TD in the Irish context. But there are other mechanisms too, for example, parties, trade unions, interest groups, associations, lobbies, and pressure groups. Now, there is a slight overlap to be mentioned there in the sense that lobbies, but particularly pressure groups, might sound like social movements, but there is a difference which we'll come to in a couple of minutes. The system in general is seen as legitimate and functional, and so essentially then we're dealing with a theory which says there's no space for social movements. Seymour Lipset, who talked about the two-party system, talked about that as the democratic expression of the class struggle. In the 1950s then, the view was that the party system could pretty much handle societal problems. Beyond these formal mechanisms, there was a series of special interest arenas. That's where you get all the pressure groups, etc. All in all, then, the system functions pretty well. There is definitely no need for social movements, and indeed there is no social space for them. Essentially, social movements do not fit this model very easily, and they don't fit with the rest of the component parts because social movements are seen as not very orderly and not very regulated, whereas everything else was. If they seem to fit anywhere, it's in the little leftover bits, the leftover bits of a society. In other words, the bits of society which are not fully sorted out yet or not fully organized yet. Not surprisingly, then, because society mainly had things well ordered, social movements could only realistically seem to exist on the margins of society. A famous sociologist called Emil Durkheim talked about social effervescence or social fizzing. And it's a kind of thing about there's some kind of disturbance or what I've called turbulence in society. And this might congeal into social movement activity or a mass movement kind of activity. But essentially, we're talking about individuals joining together. It's just a particular way of looking at social movement. Now, the theory of collective behavior represents the first explicit attempt to make sense of large-scale social movements. Its popular counterpart might be said to be the notion of rent-a-mob. In other words, the idea that there is a pool of potential members or supporters available to be drawn on into all and any form of activity. And this relates to a story that I often tell about the 1980s when I was active in Liverpool, when we used to be on our animal advocacy stall, and people that I refer to as you should be caring about people would appear at the stall and effectively say, you should be caring about people and not animals. And my response used to be, well, I'm interested in both. So, what are you doing? Do you have a petition? Do you have any leaflets about, human issues? And they would say, no, I don't. And essentially what was going on there was that there are some people who think there's a social category called demonstrator or protester. And these people will just be available, as it were, for this activity wherever it takes place. And in fact, I was quite surprised, if not shocked, by the other day, there was a reference to this on BBC Radio 5 Live, where there was a journalist talking about the fracking movement. And there was a audio of a demonstration, some chanting, etc. When it went back to the studio, the journalist said, well, these people just seem as though they're there because they're having a good time, and if they weren't there, then maybe they'd be somewhere else, which is a real kind of throwback to this kind of idea. In fact, the relevance of these old ideas for a social movement course is not because these are still prevalent within academia, it's because these views can still inform social views that are prevalent in society. So in other words, when people say to demonstrators, get a life or get a job, then essentially they're kind of a throwback to these kinds of ideas. Okay, now sometimes in the functionalist theory, the number of angry people, as it were, may be larger than normal. Within functionalism, something has disturbed the normal state of affairs. So this is where we get a slight nuance to the theory, because rather than just wholly seeing people as irrational individuals, maybe if there is some social disturbance, then that could actually be a warning signal. And perhaps therefore there is a problem in society. And that could be defined as the issue that society is not delivering its usual rewards. And then there's a social disturbance. If there's a social disturbance, that can raise emotions, and then people may become anxious or annoyed or even jealous. And therefore, this situation, this set of circumstances may swell the numbers of people prepared to step out of line, as it were. In periods of rapid social change, then these problems can cause issues for social stability. Robert Merton, following Durkheim, talks about anomie. Now, the concept of anomie in sociology is defined as normlessness. We could also think in Marxist terms, or using ideas associated with Marx and Weber, and we can think about alienation as well. Such things, anomie or alienation, may increase the risk of a social explosion, and the theory goes, collective behavior may be the outcome. To summarize all this then, via Stephen Buchler, and his book is called Social Movements in Advanced Capitalism, Buchler says that there is a distinctive theoretical lens for examining collective behavior, and it's got some core assumptions. First, the idea of a unitary concept of collective behavior, which will embrace a range of examples such as panics, crazes, crowds, and movements. So we can see from that list the kind of general area in which social movements were placed alongside panics, crazes, and, if you like, out of control crowds. Collective behavior is essentially non-institutional. It's seen as the formless activity. It's shapeless. It doesn't have a pattern, and it's unpredictable. Its primary causation is rooted in the individual. Its meaning is psychological rather than political. In other words, it's a reaction on an individual level to societal stress or to social strain or breakdown. The politics of the 1930s seems to make sense in these theoretical terms. Neil Smelser, in a book called The Theory of Collective Behavior from 1962, cites times such as the Industrial Revolution, with social currents and movements created by that issue. So the Industrial Revolution is said to have created Luddism and Chartism and religious and sectarian groupings. Smelser also reinforces the notion that collective behavior is irrational and explained from the outside. Smelser suggests that collective behavior can be inspired by a generalized belief. For example, a generalized belief in a Zionist conspiracy towards world domination, or a generalized belief that all men are rapists, or a generalized belief that no Catholic or Protestant can be trusted. When I mentioned this in the lecture on the 15th, someone said, well, that just about covers everyone. However, going back to the relationship between the theorists and their subject, if you like, the activists concerned, their motivations, their stories are not important. They're not part of the theory. Nowadays, if people protest, often you would want to find out why, find out what their story is, what's going on. In terms of this theory, there was no such inquiry. The motivations of the activists, their particular stories were not of interest to the theory. Therefore, Buchler on page 26 summarizes all this in this way. What distinguishes collective behavior from normal responses to change is that it compresses or short circuits levels of social action, giving collective behavior a crude, excessive, eccentric, impatient quality when compared to routine and institutionalized social action. So we have Smelser then, the functionalist, who went some way towards providing an account of underlying social conditions for the emergence of these irrational, unpredictable forces, which may seem to erupt out of nowhere. Historian E.P. Thompson attacks Smelser's system perspective, and Thompson opts to reconstruct what he sees as the broad social movement which lay behind the creation of what became the working class. So we're seeing now the first, if you like, challenge to this kind of dominant way of looking at mass movements and organization and mobilization. We're seeing a difference in perspective. in this case, between a functionalist analysis and Thompson's humanistic Marxism. And we also see here that one of the key issues is the change in the view of the analyst and in terms of what they do. For example, Smelser is taking on the detached so-called scientific observer role, whereas Thompson is involved in the movements that he is seeking to describe. The collective behavior approach is now becoming criticized because it tends to underestimate the rationality in social movements. It fails to do justice to how movements develop. It fails to look at the organizational shape or the direction of social movements. That said, there are still commentaries right into the 1990s which suggest that social movements can be unpredictable and irrational, unreasonable and disorganized. So you can still see throwbacks to that in theoretical approaches right into the 1990s. There is a significant theoretical transition with the emergence of the Chicago School of Sociology, and some of the people in the Chicago School were interested in collective behavior. The Chicago School is where the issue of symbolic interactionism developed, a discipline in sociology. And so we have Herbert Blumer, who wrote an influential essay on social movements. Blumer's definition of social movements is this: collective enterprise to establish a new order of life, which already might seem to be a bit more optimistic than the views that preceded it. Now, one of the issues about Blumer is that he imposed a kind of career onto a social movement. So let's just have a look at one of the things that that he writes, and this is from Blumer, the social movements paper. This is reprinted in Lyman in the 1990s, and the Lyman reference is Social Movements, Critiques, Concepts and Case Studies, published by Macmillan. So Blumer writes this: the career of a social movement depicts the emergence of a new order of life. In its beginning, a social movement is amorphous, poorly organized and without form. Collective behavior is primitive, and the mechanisms of interaction are elementary and spontaneous. As a social movement develops, it takes on the character of a society. It acquires organization and form, a body of customs and traditions, established leadership, an enduring division of labor, social rules, and social values. In short, a culture, an organization, and a new scheme of life. Now, I've reproduced that that on your screen because that's quite a dense passage, not least because it starts to move into things like resource mobilization. Once we get into that in the course, we'll see how these kind of elements were developed. Now, in that career analysis by Blumer there's strong elements and echoes of Max Weber. Blumer has a series of phases. For example, there's an initial unfocused social ferment. There's then a period of popular excitement. But then we get to the issue of formulation, institutionalization, and professionalism. At the same time, Blumer still leaves us with a fairly ill-defined sense of social movements. It's still a little bit, we get a sense of irrationality, and which might be something that erupts out of nowhere. There's no sense yet that there may be kind of social grievances, as it were, lying around waiting to be picked up, which is something that developed later. Once we get fully into the 1960s, more and more we see that social movements participation is being seen differently. Now, rather than being based on irrational individuals, we're seeing social movements as being seen as rational and strategic social actors in their own right. So let me introduce a quote which comes from Jacobs and Landauer from 1966 from a book called The New Radicals, a report with documents by Random House. And they write, "The movement is a melange of people, mostly young people, organizations mostly new, and ideas mostly American. These young people believe that they must make something happen, that they are part of a movement stirring just below the surface of life hitherto accepted. The movement is organizations plus unaffiliated supporters who outnumber by thousands and perhaps even hundreds of thousands those committed to specific groups. The movement's strength rests with those unaffiliated reserves. To be in the movement is to search for a psychic community in which one's own identity can be defined. Social and personal relationships based on love can be established and can grow, unfettered by the cramping pressures of the careers and lifestyles so characteristic of America today," written in 1966. A number of themes there then, and some of them very 1960s, obviously. A movement as community, which is a very modern idea, that people are able to define their identity through involvement with social movements. Again, another idea about the issue that movements are, they transform individuals. There are loose frameworks within social movements, and there are no real members. So these are leading pointers to later analysis. Buechler writes this in 2000 on page 32. "The social and political activism of the 1960s made the single biggest contribution to changing the intellectual and socio-historical climate in which sociology and social movement theory existed." Now, I often joke when I'm doing my critical theory course by saying to people, to the students obviously, do you know, it might be a surprise to you, but students were once radical. And radical students were central to social movements in the 1960s, especially in the United States, at least in the United States first, as it were. There was a lot of mobilization around opposition to the Vietnam War, for example, civil rights, and the advent of second wave feminism. Conflict within society resulted in students becoming critical of the university authorities and even self-critical, so reflexivity was the order of the day. Western Europe followed the United States. There was a large anti-Vietnam War demo in Europe. The French, the British, and the German students started to look at the power structures in universities, and this coincided with a big explosion in quote-unquote left-wing ideas. So this is Jacobs and Landauer's, again from 1966, account of Students for Democratic Society, which is usually described as SDS, a key student organization in the United States. This is an insight into the nature of the movement, and we can see now that things are kind of really kind of moving into the kind of hippie area, if you like, but we're kind of starting to see the congealing of movements, even if theoretical things are undeveloped. It says here, theory and even ideology are uncomfortable words. Most SDSs or most SDS members are anti-ideological, not well read in Marxism or in other radical literature, but move to action primarily by events in their own lives. SDS is more than an organization. It is a community of friends. Personal relationships are inseparable from public political life. The vocabulary and community life are part of the SDS style. At group meetings, their openness is apparent. They exhibit great tolerance, and no speaker is silenced no matter how irrelevant or repetitious. And it is difficult to single out those who hold authority. Leaders mean organization. Organization means hierarchy, and hierarchy is undemocratic. SDSs believe that the new movements are in their infancy and a great amount of work has to be done at the base. Theory, or long-run strategy, is a fuzzy notion to them. The question of how to link the various projects is unanswered. So here we see people are doing something new, at least to them, and there is a difference here between this and conventional politics, which was later theorized as DIY politics. So this, what they were doing, was not orthodoxy. Now, there is a rift now between this kind of movement, which was growing in the student body, and the so-called organized left, who were said to be very unimpressed. They described this as adventurism and described it as infantile. Okay, so our story so far is that collective behavior theorists had difficulty seeing protest except in terms of that something had gone wrong in society and through the individual pathology of protesters. That the early theorists were not interested in the inner life of social movements. Or for the course, we do have a handout here, and so this is how it goes. These are the questions thus far and the limited answer which comes from the early social movement theories. The question being, what are new social movements? The answer being outbreaks of collective behavior. What are the social conditions which gave rise to them? Answer being the situation of social stress. Who becomes involved and how? The answer being random aggregates of psychologically predisposed individuals. How are movements organized? The answer being a question mark. They tend not to be. Question, what is their inner life like? The answer being no comment. The theory is not interested. And finally, what are their effects? And the answer being disruption. But even though seen as disruptive and also based on individual pathology, they may have a positive function in the sense that they may act as a warning sign for anomic or difficult, unstable conditions. Then we've seen a dramatic shift in theoretical terms that occurs in the 1960s and through the student protest. Now theorists often involve themselves in social movement activity, or new people who were involved found some rationality in protest participation. In the trippy 1960s, activists adopted a style of talk which made, quote, a virtue of their inability to articulate and analyze coherently. They talked from the gut, stumbling, using the language of the new folk singer. This is from Jacobs and Landau, with reference to Dylan, of course. But there's a commitment now to participatory democracy that was felt to underpin a passionate anti-authoritarian ethos, a preoccupation with direct action, community, and self-activity that carried into virtually every arena of struggle. Remembering the point that even theorists are products of their time, it is important not to overstate what the 1960s represent in terms of social movement theory. Yes, it was a dramatic moment, but the 1960s spirit was short-lived and probably not felt as widely as popular histories suggest. In fact, people do now talk about the burnout after the, quote, events of 1968. We have seen that those who might be characterized as coming from the political right saw social movements as unnecessary and self-indulgent. The situation of the view from the political right is not too dissimilar from those looking at social movements from the political left. The student movement did not exist in isolation, and we can look at this in different ways. Like a theorist called Carl Boggs, we can see the student movement as part of the New Left, or we can regard it as a social phenomenon that tapped into a much wider sense of youth culture. So in other words, we could look at it politically or culturally. The first interpretation looked at the demonstration outside the Chicago Democratic Conference as a key occurrence in the United States in the 1960s. The later would look towards events such as Woodstock. But what we've got thus far then is a wide sense that something new was happening. This is reflected in two summaries, one by Scott and one by Buechler. The one by Scott is from a book from 1990 called Ideology and the New Social Movements from Unwin Hyman. And Scott says this: movements are typified by 1, primarily social rather than political; 2, less concerned with achieving state power than transforming values and lifestyles. That's what sets it apart from the left. 3, hence localized in civil society rather than the state. Again, sets it aside from the left. 4, attempting to bring about change through cultural innovations and identities. 5, using grassroots and network types of organization. Buechler talks about the theoretical paradigm shift leading to social movements being seen as 1, distinct from collective behavior, worthy now of analysis in their own right; 2, showing their own enduring patterned and institutionalized elements, which is similar to Blummer; 3, being rooted in collective understandings and in group interests, which is a new development; 4, having claims to be treated as rational phenomena; 5, constituting, therefore, political rather than psychological entities. So as we can see there from those summaries and from this account so far, that things really moved on in theoretical terms to start looking at social movements in a different way. We've not yet got to the idea that social movements are bureaucracies and to businesses. That's going to come, but we can see that we're already moving in that way, if you like. Okay, so the student movement turned out to not be a one-off. It was seen actually as a precursor to other developments, and this took some observers by surprise. So we have this account from Della Porta and Diani from 1999, which is on the reading list, and the title of that is Social Movements and Introduction, 1999. When a new wave of environmental activism emerged in the 1970s, along with other movements on issues such as peace, women's and human rights, it was difficult for political analysts to relate it to previously dominant conflicts. Such difficulties are largely persistent to date. The key issue there is the source of protest and its direction. So the student movement could be regarded as surprising in a number of ways, but revolving around the idea of the revolt of the privileged. Sociologically, it makes more sense for protest to come from the deprived elements of society and the disadvantaged. And it is this assumption in theory that was applied to social movements from the left. Effectively, social movement credentials were being checked by such models to understand social protest. So there's a problem of the new social movements from the position of the left. So theoretically, we can be thinking of so-called conflict theories, which are embedded into Marx and Weber, which are based on investigating societal material inequalities and based on the impact of social class. So they have a basic framework of understanding which doesn't fit well to the emergence of new social movements. This framework is as follows. Politics is seen as revolving around a set of clearly defined material interests. These interests are distinct and frequently contradictory between differing social groupings. Each group tends to organize around the pursuit of its material interests in opposition to others. Parties and political organizations represent interests. Political power, control of the state, contested to change the structure of inequality. Economic concerns are central. Other concerns could wait. A fully developed political challenge brings specific material interests together in a general vision of an alternative society. So that led to the general inquiry about, did the student movement really fit in to this left model? They did, and often talked the language of class conflict. They said that they stood for the disadvantaged, but they lacked working class support in their actions. They did not function, however, in a way characteristic of the left. Indeed, the student movement, both in Europe and the United States of America, mostly kept a certain distance from normal politics. They were outside of the political establishment. Their activities were extra-parliamentary. Politics were beginning to be seen as part of the problem. Politics was not seen as part of the solution. Politics became something to bypass, which is another idea embedded into the idea of DIY politics, bypassing conventional politics. So for them then, the students, it's better to be involved in outrageous stunts. So they had things like, let's do a demonstration where we try to levitate the Pentagon, or we stick flowers down the barrels of rifles, or, and the yippies did this, they nominate a pig for president. So what would sociologists make of this? So this comes from Della Porte and Diani, and it's a series of questions really under three headings. What is the social base of this movement? It is not working class in any obvious sense, but what kind of social position do students occupy? And in what ways could this provide a stable and alternative foundation for organized social action, and for what reasons? Secondly, who or what is the enemy? Is there an opponent which somehow represents the antagonist of students as a social force? In their own perceptions, it is not straightforwardly capitalism or the rich being targeted, but a much wider and less well-defined notion of authority or domination, which seems as much a matter of generational as class politics. The student movement shades over into the counterculture, which is against everything that is square and uptight. Lastly then, whose interests are being served? The movement appears to be neither class-based nor organized within the framework of standard national politics. It is not competing for the control of the state as an alternative potential ruling group or class, and to some extent it claims to speak for everyone, for universal rights and participation or liberation, in a way which eludes confinement within ordinary political limits. Is it a movement of all parties and none? So these questions are framed within a model that suggests that the notion of class struggle does set the agenda correctly. Without fulfilling these class-based criteria, the theory might be likely to place social movements back into the category of collective behavior. The theory determines what counts as social movements. Therefore, the movements of the 1960s and 1970s sat very difficultly with or within left-wing expectations and within left models. So what are the fears, or what were the fears, and still are maybe, of the left? First of all, do they see new social movements as a diversion, which is probably true and is probably a serious threat to alliance politics? Why elevate or even levitate secondary issues such as the liberation of women when the class war is yet to be won? So we have this observation from Elizabeth Meehan, cited in Scott. For some time, a strong strand of opinion existed on the political left that feminism was a conservative diversion from the pursuit of class equality, and that women's rights would be a natural byproduct of general social transformation. And in fact, that's really the basis of the argument between radical feminists and Marxist feminists. So all this then can be described as diversion, or the fear of diversion, versus the personal is the political, which is the new kind of theme of these movements that emerged in the 1960s into the 70s. Now, some will argue that capitalism has successfully bought off the working class. Now they, the working class, have no revolutionary edge. Instead, the conflict moves to key consumption goods, consumed collectively or privately. Issues like decent roads, housing, urban amenities. So this is where we're going to end for now with Stuart Lowe, with a book from 1986 called Urban Social Movements. And examples of urban social movements are tenants' organizations, ratepayers groups, squatters, campaigns for and against slum clearances, and for and against school and hospital closures, groups wanting road widening, groups who want a bypass, and groups who don't. Some of that could be seen as a subset of the environmental movement. Now, here, and this is where we'll leave it for now, we can see a difference here in the sense that these organizations are now focusing on smaller issues. They're not talking about a class war against the capitalist class. They're not talking about taking over the state. They're talking about making changes within their own areas or within their own lives, which is why they're called urban social movements. Okay.